Oh shit. Hell yeah.
During World War II, back to the Enola Gay, it looks like they were flagging an area that included the word gay, including pictures in the database where the service member's last name was gay. It's just stupid. I mean, anyway.
Oren Lieberman, thanks so much.
We'll be right back.
Have I got news for you? It's back. Let's think of some new games to play. What do you got?
Yes, something like
What is it?
Still playing the same games?
Have I got news for you? Tomorrow at 9 on CNN.
Step into a new adventure. The destination is already set. Get offers on select models and the invitation to Lexus sales event.
ooh, stuffed up again.
So congested.
You need Sinex saline from Lex.
Just Sinex. Breathe. What is wrong? Sinex. Breathe.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own.
That's awful.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos, and he got $2 million in coverage all online. Life insurance made easy. Check your price today at ethos.com.
So sick.
Are you okay?
I'm incredible. So many in-network docs unzocked off. This one never rushes appointments, and that one makes patients feel heard. What?
You've got options. Look now.
This is where you are, but this is where you want to go. We give you the rewards, and you choose where they'll take you. Introducing the Credit One Bank Wander American Express card.
Join the more than 7 million adults, like Michael, who've taken Ozempic.
As touring musicians, my type 2 diabetes could have slowed us down, but I didn't let it. I'm Michael from the Warren Street, and this is what my Ozempic era looks like. I'm lowering my A1C and lost some weight too. I also learned some people take Ozempic to lower the risk of major cardiovascular events like stroke, heart attack, or death, and others take it to lower the risk of worsening chronic kidney disease.
Don't share needles or pens, or reuse needles. Don't take if you or your family had NTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck or any of these allergic reactions. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas, gallbladder or severe stomach problems, or changes in vision. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Taking with a sulfonylurea or insulin may raise low blood sugar risk. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, constipation. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Discover the GLP-1 with the most FDA-approved uses. Ozempic.
From the #1 rated brand in South Carolina, the Ego Serotonin
so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Long John Silver's $6 fruit baskets will have you hooked. Choose hand batter, powerfully perfect, grilling and sizzling, or for a limited time, crispy coconut. Skip the wait when you make our app your first mate. Long John Silver's this year.
Meet Milo. He's part border collie and part party animal. Meet the Bissell Little Green Hydro Steam Pet. It's part steam powered steam rover and part party animal patrol. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Super Beats by Human. Find out how to get a free month, plus a free month of memory and focus capsules with your first order, only at freesuperbeats.com.
Life with ear ringing sounded like a constant train whistle I couldn't say. Then I started taking Lipoflavinoid. With 60 years of clinical experience, it's the #1 doctor-recommended brand for ear ringing. And now I'm finally free. Take back control with Lipoflavinoid. Aaron Burnett out front, next on CNN.
The United States of Scandal is back this weekend for season 2. This Sunday's episode focuses on the ad scandal, the FBI's complex and undercover and bizarre scheme to offer politicians cash bribes through hidden camera meetings with a fake shake. Here's a preview.
Question in all the trials where entrapment was asserted as a defense was, is this something they wouldn't have done? The problem they faced was when those tapes were played in court.
You came back with $15,000 for I rent good man. Yeah, that's one reason.
The tapes belied those defenses.
And when people got to look at the tapes, they said, what is this? And ultimately, no one could defend that.
Video was new. This is the 70s.
By today's standards, it probably would come across as pretty primitive. But it accomplished what it was supposed to accomplish.
In certain circumstances, I think there's overreach and there's over-criminalization of politics.
So, you know that the public probably polled would disagree with a lot of what you're saying, right?
The juries disagree.
It'll be Sunday night for the premiere of season 2 of the United States of Scandal. It starts at 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday on CNN. Before that, though, on State of the Union Sunday morning, I'm going to speak with Democratic Senator Andy Kim of New Jersey, Republican Senator Rick Scott of Florida, and the White House Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs, Adam Bowler. That's Sunday morning at 9 Eastern, and again at noon here on CNN. I have 2 books coming out. In May, Original Sin, about President Biden's decision to run for re-election and the cover-up of his decline. And in October, Race Against Terror, about the hunt to prosecute an al-Qaeda terrorist who killed Americans and was out to kill more. You can check them out at jtapper.com. Aaron Burnett Out Front starts now. I will see you Sunday morning.
Out front next, Trump heaping praise on Putin. On this Friday night, Trump calling the Russian president generous, saying he holds all the cards, not Zelensky. Wait until you see what happened with Trump trying to get tough earlier. Plus, Musk versus Rubio, the two reportedly going head-to-head during an explosive debate where the billionaire took on Trump's cabinet. Is Elon Musk on borrowed time, or who will you bet on between those two? And breaking news, actor Gene Hackman's cause of death revealed late today as we learned that his wife died a full week before him from a rare virus linked to rodents. Let's go out front. And Good Friday evening, I'm Aaron Burnett. Out front tonight, the breaking news. Trump praising Putin's generosity, admitting that Putin is, quote, bombing the hell out of Ukraine, but then saying Putin really wants to end the war.
It may be easier dealing with Russia, which is surprising because they have all the cards. And they're bombing the hell out of them right now. I've always had a good relationship with Putin. And, you know, he wants to end the war. He wants to end it. And I think he's going to be more generous than he has to be.
Putin generous? I mean, he invaded Ukraine. He tried to take the entire country. He is now trying to keep vast regions of Ukraine. So any peace he supports is to get that because his economy is in shambles, it isn't just that it's crazy, right, to say that an invading country is generous and the war on terms it likes. That's of course absurd, but this may sound familiar from Trump, right? After all, it is consistent with how he talks about Russia and Putin. But today something else happened, and it was very strange. A mere 4 hours before Trump called Putin generous, said he had all the cards, all of that you just heard, Trump posted something totally off-brand on social media. He wrote, quote, "I am strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions, and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire and final settlement agreement on peace is reached." Now, to come out and say more sanctions, right, is the complete opposite of every single thing Trump has said since taking office. So something about saying that spooked Trump so much that he went back to the well really fast. His administration, hours later, dealing a major blow to Ukraine. They cut off Ukraine's access to crucial U.S. government satellite images. If you follow it, it's Maxar. It's a big deal. Images Ukraine has relied on to fight this war, relies on right now. And then, of course, Trump came out in the Oval Office, as you saw there, and said Putin would be generous and all of those things. By the way, right after he said that about being generous and wanting peace, Russian missiles hit Ukraine. The village was just hit tonight, 5 killed, 15 injured. The war rages on, as Trump said. Putin's bombing the hell out of them. But today's compliments of Putin and the actions against Ukraine, that's the part that's consistent with Trump's behavior. When I talk about those satellite images, it's in the long line of context. He cut Ukraine out of initial peace negotiations, right? The U.S. and Russia meeting Saudi Arabia. He called Ukraine's President Zelensky a dictator. He suspended military aid to Ukraine. That is crucial. He stopped sharing intelligence with Ukraine. And then he humiliated Zelensky in front of the world.
You got to be more thankful. Because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States.
Well, the goal was to humiliate there clearly. And in Russia, those words and the actions that I just listed out are emboldening. The foreign minister Lavrov said Russia wouldn't even do a peace deal with European peacekeepers. That's a stand you take when someone has given you all the cards. And just listen now to Russian state television.
We should increase the number of our strikes. We should increase it against those storage depots with remaining ammo and missiles being stored. We need to increase the number of strikes.
Increasing the number of strikes. As I said, there were strikes tonight. It's not a call for peace. Jeff Zeleny is out front live outside the White House. And, Jeff, whiplash today from Trump. That one stand on sanctions, in contrast to everything else he has done today, said today, and of course every other day since taking office. What is he trying to achieve, though, by talking tough on Putin in the morning and 4 hours later showering him with praise?
Aaron, by and large, President Trump is trying to push both parties to the negotiating table, but he is pushing Ukraine in a far different and faster way. What was so interesting about that, because when the president was holding forth in the Oval Office, he was asked about the comments he made earlier on social media about Putin, asked to expound on what he had said. He declined to do so. So we are left with a variety of questions. There was no White House briefing today. The president has left the White House. He's on his way to Florida. He did not answer questions as he was leaving here. Was that something that his advisors posted? Was that something that he was sending as a message to try and, again, urge these conversations to go forward? We don't know, but we do know that next week there are going to be more talks in Saudi Arabia, a U.S. delegation, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, of course, Steve Witkoff, the Middle East envoy. They are going to be there talking to Ukrainian officials as well. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky also going to be in the region. So next week, officials hope there is that deal that is signed. It could happen. It was supposed to be signed last Friday. So make no mistake, there's a week after that humiliation in the Oval Office. Zelensky put out a statement today on social media thanking the United States once again, saying he is working with the Trump officials. But it is clear the president is still more aligned with Vladimir Putin to a large degree, but again, trying to push this to the finish line. But again, we end tonight with some questions about why did he say that about Putin this morning? We don't have an easy answer.
No easy answers. All right, Jeff Zeleny at the White House, thank you. Let's go now to Democratic Congressman Adam Smith of Washington, top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee, and I'm really so happy to have you here in person, Congressman. So, Putin being generous, what does that even mean? Do you think?
Let's understand one thing. There's not a lot of questions about what Trump is trying to do. He's basically trying to give Ukraine to Putin, and he wants a better relationship with Russia, and he's willing to sacrifice Ukraine for the sake of that. And whatever he may have tweeted about, putting pressure on Putin, everything else he has done. And people have to understand, he is crippling Ukraine. This isn't just a matter now of sending more weapons. By cutting off intel sharing, by cutting off their ability to identify airstrikes coming in, he is putting Ukraine in an incredibly vulnerable position, and he's empowering Putin. The whole point of this, Trump says, is I want to get a peace deal. But you have to put pressure on Putin to get a peace deal. He's taking all the pressure off of Putin,
right,
and giving him a massive green light to continue attacking Ukraine.
Right, and you talk about all the cards, right? Who's dealing the cards, right? Who's the dealer? So what do you think happened earlier when the post was made though about more sanctions? I mean, I saw it and I saw Darwin, of course, and said, wait, now you're going to say this after everything else. And soon he was back to his more consistent behavior.
There is a rational argument for saying we need to get to a peace settlement in Ukraine.
Yes.
And Ukraine's got to be willing to come and be willing to negotiate that. There's a rational argument for that. And a lot of Republicans who claim to support Ukraine, even though their silence is deafening right now as Donald Trump decimates Ukraine, would argue we're just trying to get them to the peace table. All right? And if that was in fact what they were trying to do, then putting sanctions on Russia or continuing to arm Ukraine would be key to forcing Russia to the bargaining table. So that brief little tweet is consistent with the more rational position, but it's meaningless because he didn't follow through on it. And I really want to emphasize the Republicans in Congress. There are Republicans in Congress who claim to support Ukraine more strongly than anybody. They are sitting silently by while Trump betrays Ukraine and hands it to Putin.
So can I ask you, because I've heard all sorts of arguments about this minerals deal, okay, and the argument, the most convincing one is, okay, put a minerals deal on the table, and that will mean there's Americans in Ukraine, so we don't have to give Ukraine security guarantees because Putin won't want to kill Americans off the lines. The Trump argument, okay. But I want to understand the point of the minerals deal. For minerals that we don't know how much there is, what they really are, the ones that are known are in mined Russian-controlled parts of the country, and security guarantees don't come. What's the point of it?
There is no point to the minerals deal. It's sort of like Trump saying he's going to invade, take the Panama Canal. It's just not. I'd like to have that. In terms of how it gets us to a peaceful resolution in Ukraine, it's not going to have anything to do with it for all the reasons you just stated. The real story here is that Trump continues to show Putin nothing but weakness. Now, it's possible that Trump is that incompetent, but I tend to agree with Thomas Friedman, who said this morning that no, Trump is more sympathetic with a brutal, repressive autocrat like Vladimir Putin than he is with Ukraine. And by the way, I say that, you can say, well, gosh, we can't keep pouring money into it. How long is this war going to go? You can want to get it into the war short of Ukraine's maximalist goals. And I can find that very reasonable.
Yeah.
But if you wanted that, you would want a sovereign, democratic Ukraine with security guarantees to protect itself. You would want to keep arming Ukraine to put pressure on Putin to force him to the table, and that's not what Trump is doing.
And so Trump has called Zelensky a dictator. He's mocked him, right? They said, "Oh, I don't remember saying that." All the things that he said. Lindsey Graham, ally of Trump, has called for new leadership. So now it's interesting. The opposition to Zelensky, Poroshenko, they have said they don't even want elections right now. So it's not as if Zelensky is going against even the opposition.
It's like there's a war going on.
Exactly. Polls shows that his approval ratings have surged in Ukraine since what happened with Trump. But I'm curious because you have seen the insidious power of just constantly belittling or cutting somebody down, the power that can have. Are you worried about that for Zelensky now?
Well,
and because he is so crucial to this, to Ukraine and to the war.
I'm not really worried about that Zelensky. As you said, all that's good and strengthening Trump. What's really to be worried about is just undercutting Ukraine and walking away from Ukraine. Now, maybe Trump's doing it because he's got a personal beef with Zelensky, because back in 2019, Zelensky didn't dig up dirt on Biden for him and let them out the whole thing. I still stand by the other answer. Again, give him credit where credit is due, to Thomas Friedman, that Trump kind of likes Putin. He wants a better relationship with food. And, to quote Tucker Carlson, what's he got against food? I think Tucker's exact quote was, "Never called me a racist. He seems fine." All right, so I think he's more sympathetic there.
That was, I think, in the line where he also said Putin doesn't eat dogs, and that would be the standard for liking somebody.
Right. So, and this is incredibly serious. I mean, it's shocking, it's distressing, but by walking away from Ukraine, Putin is not just in a position to take Ukraine, he's in a position to threaten the rest of Eastern Europe. Here's another scary thought. What Putin really wants is he wants us to pull back from the Baltics and pull back from Poland and pull NATO out so that they can be forced into a more neutral stance as well.
Well, that, of course, is already happening as we see. See if it continues, but it certainly is. All right, well, Congressman, thank you very much. I appreciate the conversation, despite what we talked about. Well, next, the Trump cabinet meeting reportedly comes to verbal blows as Elon Musk goes after Trump's skiing. Marco Rubio firing back, and he was not the only cabinet member who butted heads with Musk. Also breaking, grim details emerging tonight about the death of actor Gene Hackman. We're now learning that he lived with his wife's dead body for a week. It's a terrible tragedy. Officials say she died from a rare disease linked to rats. And a convicted murderer just executed by firing squad. First execution of this type in the United States in nearly 20 years.
When it comes to rooting out corruption, do the FBI's ends justify the means?
It was humiliating. It's an embarrassment for the country. The United States of Scandal with Jake Tapper, Sunday at 9 on CNN.
The flag replacement program got started by a good friend of mine, a Navy vet, saw the flag at the office that needed to be replaced and said, "Wouldn't this be great if this would be something that we did for anyone?" Comcast has always been a community-driven company. This is one of those great examples of the way we're getting out there.
It's time. Yes, the time has come for a fresh approach to dog food. Every day, more dog people are deciding it's time to quit the kibble and feed their dogs fresh food from the farmer's dog. Made by vets and delivered right to your door, precisely portioned for your dog's needs. It's an idea whose time has come.
Gary, used car shopping can't hurt you.
What if I overpay?
Come out and I'll show you a better way.
Well, you said.
I know. I said nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident, but there's no reason to shop with fear.
Well, show me, Carfox.
Knowing how a car's accident history impacts price means you don't have to overpay.
I wasn't scared.
Sure. Can we talk about the PJs?
I'll talk about them as long as you keep it positive, because I like these things.
No fear, just Fox. Say, show me at Carfax.com.
Weight loss.
For so long,
I felt stuck. I tried and tried again, lost weight, gained it back.
but Zepbound means change. Zepbound's for adults with obesity to help lose weight and keep it off.
Activating two naturally occurring hormone receptors in my body, Zepbound works differently. It's changing what I believe is possible when it comes to weight loss. It's changing how much weight I lose, up to 48 pounds. And some lost over 58 pounds. Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduling procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Zepbound means change. Discover the weight loss you could be bound for. Ask your doctor about Zepbound.
Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their whole day. And giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
Every day, having your wish.
What is that?
He says all the wrong things. He does all the wrong things. So, you like him.
I don't exactly fit in here.
You can't just leave. What about us?
The Reluctant Royal premieres Saturday at 8, 7 Central on Hallmark Channel. Next day on the Hallmark Plus. Feel as if you're free from allergies and gravity. Live Clarence and Clear. Anderson Cooper 360 tonight at 8 on CNN.
Tonight, Marco Rubio unloads on Elon Musk. The two men, according to the New York Times, getting into an explosive back and forth in a closed-door cabinet meeting. Musk accusing Rubio of not slashing staff at the State Department. Now, Rubio, who the Times reported, has been privately livid at Musk for weeks, calling him a liar, scornfully asking if he should rehire recently laid-off State Department staffers just so he could make show firing them again. For Musk, well, Trump tonight tried to downplay the incident.
No clash. I was there. You're just a troublemaker. And you're not supposed to be asking that question because we're talking about the World Cup. Elon gets along great with Marco, and they're both doing a fantastic job. There is no clash.
Well, according to the New York Times, it was not just Rubio involved in the clash. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy also went after Musk for laying off air traffic controllers, saying, quote, "What am I supposed to do? I have multiple plane crashes to deal with now, and your people want me to fire air traffic controllers?" Well, there's Sean Duffy speaking for probably every conversation anybody watching or I've had in the past 2 weeks, right? They want air traffic controllers, they want flying to be safe. Musk wearing a suit and tie instead of his usual baseball hat, t-shirt, and jeans, punching back, telling Rubio he's, quote, good on TV, and then he implied not much else, also calling Duffy's assertion a, quote, lie. Now, President Trump, according to the reporting, watched all of this like a tennis match, finally reining in Musk, defending Rubio, and telling Musk they've all got to work together. Up front now, Kate Bedingfield and former Minnesota Governor Tim Pawlenty. Well, Governor, this is serious and important stuff, but this is a good tale. This is the kind of story that brings you in. It's riveting. I mean, reported by two of the top reporters of the New York Times, right? Jonathan Swan, Maggie Haberman. Was it only a matter of time before this happened? I mean, and are you surprised to hear that it happened at this point?
Well, once President Trump makes a decision, it's incumbent upon his cabinet to follow that decision and execute it or resign. But before then, they owe the president, particularly in cabinet setting, an honest, authentic, open exchange of ideas. And finally, Aaron, some Republican leaders other than President Trump are not cowardly. And they're speaking back. We now have Secretary Duffy and Secretary of State Rubio doing just that. So kudos to them. It makes me smile and warms my heart. It's healthy. And as to the clash of cultures, that was to be expected. And you're going to see Elon Musk, of course, cause friction in all kinds of settings in government. How long that lasts, we'll see.
Kate, can I just say another thing about this? Obviously, Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman are so excellent. The detail here is pretty incredible. And I'm not just saying that because you can't not read it. I'm saying that because it leaked. And it leaked in detail. And for a quote to leak of, what am I supposed to do? I have multiple plane crashes and your people want me to fire air traffic controllers. For that to leak, for it to leak that Musk tells Rubio he's good on TV, implying not much else. I mean, this is tough and nasty stuff. What does it mean? You've been in rooms like this, that all this leaked.
Well, I would say it clearly leaked with intention. I mean, that level of detail and the clarity with which the picture was painted obviously indicates that there were people who wanted this to be known. You have to assume that Rubio and his team, Duffy and his team, wanted this to be known and wanted it to be clear where Musk was in this back and forth. And I think some of that is probably generated by, we have seen some polling over the last couple of weeks that have shown that people are having concerns about the way Musk is approaching all of this. So I think that was a piece of it. And I also have to imagine there was a personal element here. I mean, yes, I have been in these rooms. These cabinet secretaries have incredibly hard, intense jobs. They also have a huge mandate to run these agencies, which is challenging and difficult. And the frustration of having somebody who doesn't have an understanding of how these agencies work over their shoulder dictating who they can hire and fire, I'm sure also just there's a personal element of frustration there too. But it's very clear that this leaked intentionally, and it was leaked with an effort to paint Musk as the reckless actor here that they clearly believe that he is.
Governor, you and I and Kate, we were all here the other night talking about apparel. So here we go. I mean, why not? Let's just do a take two, because it came up again, pictured, where you can see his stomach and his jeans and his usual little attire. But he wore a suit and he wore a tie after Trump's press secretary said this.
Well, Elon Musk wore a suit last night, and I think the president liked that very much.
I mean, okay, Governor. I mean, I'm just saying. So here it is. Musk, always shows up wearing that other stuff, and makes spring the chainsaw joke. But so it's not a small deal that he showed up in a suit and tie to this meeting, and the president's in the room, right? Shows up. How telling is that?
I think it is telling. It's Elon Musk signaling, I'm going to respect what Donald Trump values and what he puts a protocol expectation on for the White House. So I think that's a good development. If you're going to be part of the team, you want to kind of meet the team's expectations and norms. So good for him. And then on the cabinet, more broadly in this tension, two other quick observations. You don't want a cabinet full of buttholes. It's not good for anybody in the room. And the second important observation is Trump at the end refereed it and gave them both credit. So it is not beyond the point of being able to repair it and move forward in a positive way.
Which I totally understand the point. Of course, you want it all done in the right place. It is, though, such a contrast to what we saw from Marco Rubio in the meeting with Zelensky. He was there, sitting next to J.D. Vance on the couch. And if there was an invisibility cloak, he would have grabbed it. I mean, the guy looked as miserable as I've ever seen a person look sitting on that couch. And then he had to go out and say that everything about that meeting was fine, when it was clear from his body language that he did not feel fine. So, what do you think it means that he finally, and obviously he did it behind closed doors, but it's now fully public, that he did this today?
Well, it's interesting because the dynamics here remind me a lot of the first Trump administration. I mean, this was the kind of thing we would see all the time, which is the leaking of the rivalries and the criticisms and the backstabbing. So this, in some ways, this kind of feels like a throwback to to Trump of yore. But I think it is interesting that Rubio is unwilling to say any of this publicly. And again, that's a cabinet secretary serving under a president. It is not traditionally the case that they're going to go out and publicly attack the president of the United States. If they do, they're not going to work for him for very long, and that's true of either party. But the fact that Rubio is now feeling empowered to criticize Musk directly, to have this conversation in front of Donald Trump, I think it suggests that Trump and the team are looking at some of the polling around what Musk is doing and saying, there needs to be a little bit of adjustment here. And I think Rubio is probably sensing that opportunity.
Yeah, well, interesting. I mean, this clearly leaked from people in the room. And then Trump's in the Oval Office saying, you're not supposed to ask that. Why are you going to ask that? We're supposed to talk about the World Cup, and it didn't happen. It's like, okay, this guy is blue.
It's usually telling that you're asking a good question.
Yeah, all right.
You're not supposed to ask that.
Thank you both. Thank you both so much. And next, the breaking news. Officials just revealing that legendary actor Gene Hackman suffered from advanced Alzheimer's disease. An incredible tragedy, as we are learning his wife died from a rare infectious disease linked to rodents, and they didn't die at the same time. Also breaking, a death row inmate killed just moments ago by firing squad. In the United States. The first time that has happened in 15 years.
Twitter. That's great, man. Jack B's Day. We were the most social people. We invented a whole new thing.
It's the most emotional company, and its founders are neurotic.
Twittering is all the rage. Billions of persons. Twitter was running the public square.
Engagement equals engagement.
No one could possibly have understood where it was going.
Twitter, Breaking the Bird, premieres Sunday at 10 on CNN.
Got one more, Antoine.
With USPS Ground Advantage, it's like you're with us every step of the way.
Right on time.
Stay in the know. Your doc to their door.
Kids, I'm sure you're wondering why your mother and I asked you here tonight. It's because it's a buffet of all-you-can-eat butterfly shrimp and sirloin steak.
Yeah, that is the reason.
I thought it's because I made varsity.
You did?
Of course
You did?
Of course you did.
When our numbers guy Frank goes on vacation, the deal's on the most affordable German-engineered car brand in America. Get even better. Volkswagen Deal Days. The deals are in while Frank is out. Get up to a $2,500 customer bonus on select new 2025 models during Volkswagen Deal Days.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser. Wow, where has this been my entire life? Having to clean with multiple products is a hassle. Trying to figure out, okay, what am I going to use on the shower? What am I going to use on the bathtub? I don't have to think about that. I just add water, then I'm good to go. With Magic Eraser, I use it on everyday messes. I even use it on things that I think are impossible to clean. If you are a mom, you need Mr. Clean Magic Eraser in your life. Gets the job done.
And try Mr. Clean Magic Eraser Ultra Bath to cut through 100% of built-up soap scum and grime.
I don't play for money. My ambition is to play big, to help and inspire others. That's why I joined SoFi. They help people earn more and save more so they can realize their ambitions. SoFi gets your money right.
Touch can mean so many things, even for children with moderate to severe eczema. Touch can stir a sense of wonder, can make a ride go smoothly, and make a smile stretch ear to ear. Dupixent can help your child stay ahead of eczema with clearer skin and noticeably less itch. When a touch is all in good fun, Dupixent helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema to help heal your child's skin from within. Severe allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor of new or worsening eye problems like eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma or other medicines without talking to your doctor. Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists. Help your child feel the heal and see the difference. Reach out to your child's eczema specialist today.
This is where we push the laws of physics. See, the technology we make is what makes the impossible possible. And it doesn't stop there.
Cat getting too cool? Give them Temptations Creamy Puree.
I'm Rafael Roma at the Georgia State Capitol in Atlanta. This is CNN.
Breaking news, actor Gene Hackman's cause of death revealed. It was tragic, sad. Officials tonight say the actor's wife died a week before Hackman. His longtime love, Betsy Arakawa, died of hantavirus. It's a rare flu-like disease linked to rats. And officials say Hackman's advanced Alzheimer's was so severe that he lived in their New Mexico house, or survived, might be the better word, for a week with his wife's dead body before he also passed away. It's a terrible tragedy, and Veronica Miracle is out front in New Mexico tonight with new details.
A mystery that captured the world's attention now appears to be a terrible tragedy. Oscar winner Gene Hackman, in ailing health and suffering from Alzheimer's, was likely with his wife's body for days after she suddenly died of an infectious disease.
The cause of death for Miss Betsy Hackman, aged 65 years, is hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. The manner of death is natural.
Humans can get the rare hantavirus disease from contact with rodents, and it's transmitted to people through their feces or urine. Investigators say she died suddenly, likely a week before her husband.
Was he aware that Miss Hackman had died? And I think that question's difficult to answer, but I can tell you that he was in an advanced state of Alzheimer's, and it's quite possible that he was not aware that she was deceased. The cause of death for Mr. Gene Hackman, aged 95 years, is hypertensive and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, with Alzheimer's disease as a significant contributory factor.
Hackman's pacemaker data showed he likely died on February 18th, according to investigators. Betsy was last seen on surveillance video at a local CVS and grocery store on February 11th. While they don't know her exact time of death, they believe she died that day. Officials say hantavirus is a serious disease, but rare. The Santa Fe County Fire Chief isn't aware of the last case they've had in the county.
Hantavirus pulmonary syndrome is a rare disease caused by hantaviruses, but a small number of human infections are found every year in New Mexico. 42% of these infections here in New Mexico were fatal.
On February 26th, the couple were discovered dead by maintenance workers. Officials did not find any signs of forced entry, but considered the circumstances suspicious enough to warrant a thorough investigation. The 95-year-old actor was found on the ground in a mudroom, according to a search warrant. Arakawa Hackman was found on the ground inside a bathroom next to an open prescription pill bottle with pills scattered. One of the couple's 3 dogs was found dead in a locked crate near Arakawa's body. The dog had recently visited the vet before Betsy died.
There was a procedure that was done with the dog, which may explain why the dog was in a crate at the residence.
Officials are still waiting for the exact cause of death for the dog, but they can say it didn't die of hantavirus, as dogs can't get the disease. They believe the dog may have died from starvation.
And Aaron, Betsy was 30 years younger than Gene and appeared to be his caretaker. So when she died, it appears there's no one to care for him. The medical examiner says that he did not have any food in his stomach when he died. In terms of the investigation, as far as what's next, it is still an open investigation. They're reviewing cell phone records. They also are going to review the results of the necropsy of the dog. And they're going to be releasing body camera footage of those deputies who arrived. But authorities say this is winding down. Aaron?
Veronica, thank you very much. Dr. Peter Hotez is out front now, the Dean of Tropical Medicine at the Baylor College of Medicine, where the school does a lot of research on hantavirus. And Dr. Hotez, of course, is a world-renowned infectious disease expert. So, Doctor, it's just such a tragedy. Can you just explain how rare hantavirus is and how Gene Hackman's wife, Betsy, could have even contracted it?
Yeah, Aaron, it's rare, but there are about a handful of cases every year in New Mexico. 7, I think, in 2024 and 7 cases in 2023. I think this may have been the first case this year. It tends to occur more in the northwestern part of the state rather than in Santa Fe. The reason is because there's a type of mouse called a deer mouse that can harbor the virus with no symptoms. And what happens is if there's a mouse infestation in your home, mice get in through various holes in the home or in the housing, then their urine and their other bodily fluids can contain virus. That virus can aerosolize, and then in this case, unfortunately, she likely inhaled the virus through the aerosol. Sometimes it gets into the cuts in the skin, and then you can have a pretty rapid deteriorating course.
So let me ask you about that, because she last left their home in February 11. Last time she sent out communications, so she goes to the pharmacy, and they believe she died that day. Now, she was obviously well enough to go to the pharmacy. Just knowing how this disease progresses, would someone be well enough to do that and look fine on surveillance camera? She didn't look visibly ill, and die that same day? Could it have been such a rapid deterioration? And prior to that, would it have just felt like the flu, or would you have known you were possibly very sick?
Yeah, it can. You can deteriorate very rapidly. That's one of the reasons why it has such a high mortality rate, because it requires intensive care for your heart and lungs. What happens is it begins as a flu-like illness with body aches and fever, sometimes headaches as well. And you can proceed like that for a couple of days. And once the virus is affecting the heart and lungs, it causes pulmonary edema, your lungs fill up with fluid, it causes inflammation of the heart, very severe myocarditis. And at that point, you need to have intensive care. So you can go downhill very, very quickly as a result.
And so that appears to be what happened. I mean, she was, in the back, who knows, maybe taking her pills for something, maybe thyroid, and collapse. Now, then Gene Hackman at that time, it's another week before he dies. Now, we do understand he had severe heart disease, but also advanced Alzheimer's disease. They said he didn't have any food in his stomach, even though he wasn't dehydrated. It's just tragic to imagine this, and I guess you would hope that he did not know that she had died. His Alzheimer's was so advanced. What do you think could have happened?
Yeah, it's hard to hard to put it together, but one possibility is if he was on important medication for his heart, he wasn't receiving his meds because she was the sole care provider, or dehydration from lack of water or other fluids, starvation, and some combination of all of those things together. So it's very tragic. Hantavirus though does occur, and we do see a handful of cases, and the only hope for an individual is to get rapid attention and get to an intensive care unit where they can manage very complex heart and lung disease.
Yeah, and of course, so important to know that the mice don't exhibit the symptoms. Dogs can't get it, right? I mean, it's hard to know.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to the New Mexico Health website, it's actually quite good. It has details about how to avoid having these deer mice get into your home, and what to do if they're there, and how to avoid keeping dog food and other pet food away from mice. It's worth a look.
All right, well, Dr. Hotez, thank you very much. And we have more breaking news right now. South Carolina just executing a death row inmate by firing squad. If it sounds jarring, it should. It's the first firing squad execution in the United States in 15 years. The Supreme Court declined to intervene in this case, and it is what 67-year-old Brian Sigmund, who was convicted of kidnapping his ex-girlfriend and bludgeoning her parents to death with a baseball bat, wanted. He chose the method over lethal injection or the electric chair. Firing squads could become even more common in America. The bill in Idaho making firing squads the primary execution method awaits the governor's signature as I speak. Ryan Young is out front outside the prison in South Carolina. Ryan, the first firing squad execution in this country in 15 years. Of course, that means there were people, I guess, volunteers who were willing to do this. What more can you tell us?
Well, there were three of them, actually, three riflemen. And you could not see them, according to the witnesses inside. That death chamber is right behind us, actually. What we were told when they unveiled Mr. Sigmund, all you can see is him sitting in the chair. He was dressed in all black. His legs were shackled. His arms were laying at his side. And at some point, he mouthed to his attorney. His attorney read a final statement, and then they put a hood over his head. And then there's also a target on his chest. At that point, the shots were fired. Everyone in the room could hear those shots. We actually talked to one of the witnesses who saw this execution. Take a listen.
Brad Sigmund took several pretty deep breaths, and then suddenly the shots rang out. At that point, you did see a small red stain on Sigmund's chest. His chest rose and fell about 2 times immediately after the shots. At that point, also his arm tensed up when he got shot.
Yeah, there's been a lot of conversation, obviously, about this firing squad method, but from everyone who's witnessed this, in fact, that man told us every execution he's witnessed, this was the quickest. It lasted about 2 minutes. The electric chair, of course, last time it was used here in South Carolina, took several times to kill or execute the man who was being executed. In fact, at one point, his eyes popped out of his head, so you understand how someone might want to avoid that. Lethal injection also didn't go very well here, so keeping that very tight. One thing that I'll mention, his last meal, he wanted Kentucky Fried Chicken. He had green beans, and potatoes. He wanted to share with other inmates, but that didn't happen. Aaron?
All right, Ryan, thank you very much. It's all very disturbing. Next, Trump claiming he's ending the U.S. government's war on crypto. But my next guest says this is nothing more than a giant rug pull scam. We'll tell you why. Plus, veterans are speaking out. They're warning that Trump's sweeping cuts put their lives at risk far from the battlefield itself.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want whiter teeth, they have to make a choice, one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne on the shelf.
Works. This cute pen right here is an easy addition to your regular bedtime routine. Truly, all you have to do, just draw over your nails. A 2-pack is about 50% off.
You know I don't have patience for the nail salon, so to have that at home, great. Finally, how about shapewear that's actually comfortable? That's the promise of Shapermint with its shaping essentials. The wireless shaping bra is second skin soft with breathable support to give you a seamless look. The adjustable straps allow for a customized fit, and the scoop neck bodysuit provides a seamless 360-degree smoothing that's ultra flattering.
All right, so this is every everyday wear, and you can save 50% off on everyday pieces like you see right here.
Awesome. To save on these wellness favorites, scan that QR code or head to abcsecretsales.com to get shopping.
Let's get some shopping done.
Let's do it.
I think they really are. They're going to get all of it.
I think you're right.
Happy shopping. Okay, looks like we're going to get a reprieve for the weekend.
It is setting up to be a sunny few days, but don't get rid of that umbrella just yet because meteorologist Dallas Rains is tracking even more rain in the AccuWeather 7-day forecast as Eyewitness News continues. And new at 5.
Hikers out in this neck of the woods getting in some sun and exercise, and all of a sudden they run across a graveyard of stolen safes. I'm Little Storm. On that story, Eyewitness News continues.
The motto of Larry H. Parker has always been, we'll fight for you. We want to make sure we're available for any of our clients' needs. It's about each individual making sure they understand that someone's in their corner pushing and fighting to help them and to get them back to where they were beforehand.
The Silverado Trail Boss. And a little work. And a little play. And a truck that says no to nothing. And Chevrolet. It's Chevy Truck Month. Well-qualified buyers get 2.9% APR for 72 months on this Silverado. Together, let's drive with your Southern California Chevy dealers.
Life is full of reminders, and taking care of the people you love is always at the top of your list. At Ultimate, it's at the top of ours too. Because what's important to you is our priority. With comprehensive health services under one roof, we help you stay ahead of your family's care needs, so you all can grow healthy at any age.
I bought the team! Kevin? I bought the team! I'll put it on my Chase Freedom Unlimited card, and I'm gonna cash back on a few other things too. Starting with the sound system. You're in from Dink. That's cash! I prefer the whole intro. This is what's better! I don't think so. Steph, one more thing. The team owner gets 5 minutes a game.
Let's go.
Cash Brothers. Dad! Cash back like a pro. With Chase Freedom Unlimited, how do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
It's hard saying goodbye to your car, so AutoNation makes it easy to say hello to your next one. Shop over 25,000 used vehicles now at AutoNation.com. Plus, we'll buy your car and pay you the same day. Visit AutoNation today.
For over 50 years, Larry H. Parker has fought the insurance companies to recover over $2 billion in settlements for people just like you, and we only get paid when you win. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
When you need solutions.
I can't thank you guys enough, Channel 7. You guys really helped us through this.
7 is on your side. Only on ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
March is off to a great start in the Sierras. The latest snow brought 16 inches of new snow, and another 28 are in the forecast for next week. And that is great news for skiers and snowboarders hitting the slopes at Mammoth Mountain. With all that powder, it's important to stick to the trails, ski with a buddy, and be cautious of tree wells. Before you head out, check Caltrans for the latest on those road conditions too.
You know, earlier in the hour, we had a snowboarder say that the powder in Dallas was up to his shins, and wasn't that cool? That's what I need, because, you know, I'm on the ground going down the hill. It's falling a lot into that powder, right? I get it. Listen, it is going to be fantastic in the local mountains this weekend. We were taking a look at these showers. This is from the Long Beach camera looking out toward Montclair. A couple of showers, even a little Krakatoa thunder. Those will be dissipating fairly quickly over the next couple of hours because the sun will be going down, and the sun is the driving energy force for these isolated showers. Still a little bit going on there. You can see Chino Hills, maybe some light showers, but earlier, as I mentioned, it's coming down pretty hard, and we also had some, a little bit of hail reported with those, but again, those will be dissipating. It'll be cold again tonight. Here's the 7-day forecast. How about that weekend? Sunshine and warmer tomorrow, 67. We spring forward on early Sunday morning, and that's going to be a beautiful day. Downtown, it's 70 degrees, and the valley areas will climb all the way into the mid to upper 70s before our next weather system arrives next Monday night into Tuesday. Looks like next week we're going to have to deal with more rain and more snow.
We can handle it, Dallas.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We meet up with the judges and host hosts at American Idol and today's On the Red Carpet report.
But first, a Dolly Parton continues to share her feelings about the loss of her husband now through song. Parton remembering her husband Carl Dean with a new song she released overnight. It is called If You Hadn't Been There. Dolly dedicated the ballad to him, saying in part that, like all great love stories, they never end and they live in memory and in song. Carl died Monday at 82. They had been married almost 60 years.
60 years. 2 decades after she won the title, Carrie Underwood returns home to American Idol, this time as a judge alongside Lionel Richie and Luke Bryant.
Entertainment guru George Pinocchio has a preview of what we can expect on Sunday night's debut for the new season.
The winner is Carrie Underwood!
Previous American Idol winner Carrie Underwood returns to the show, this time as a judge, joining veterans Lionel Richie and Luke Bryan, along with longtime host Ryan Seacrest.
For the past 20 years, I've been blessed enough to be able to come back and be a part of it, be a mentor, perform. This is home.
That's what we call possession.
I'm like, how am I singing?
More to sing.
Are you an no doctor? Tell Mama she was wrong.
I was a little nervous about critiquing and telling people no, because it is people's dreams and I don't take that lightly at all. But I mean, it's exciting to be a part of other people's journeys.
Just tell me something you found special and suspect that we'll all feel the same when you watch it.
Every year's different. It takes magical kids with magical talents and stories to drive the show. And now where they stack up with years in the past, it's hard to know. But what is really, really cool is they keep showing up.
What I live for is when all of a sudden there's a moment where the light goes on and they go, I can do this. It's nothing like it on the planet. To see that discovery inside of them as artists, when they come alive. I think the amount of family support, which I love to see families and towns and communities come out to support the contestants, has been at another level this year, and that's always very special.
It's going to be easy for people to watch and just see how much care and heart is in the show, and hopefully we can make some dreams come true.
American Idol premieres on Sunday, March 9th on ABC. George Pinocchio, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Crazy that it's been 20 years since she won. What a chance to win the Mega Millions jackpot. Ticket prices are more than doubling. Details straight ahead.
And this search could solve a missing persons mystery that's more than 6 decades old.
The most important thing is family. AAA shares the same family values. For over 100 years, AAA has been providing legendary service and has helped what it values most, its members. Join our family, and you can save on your auto insurance policy with our competitive pricing. We offer you our support when you need it, whether it's questions about your policy or with our most trusted roadside assistance service. Visit AAA.com/insurance and find out how much you could save.
Imagine yourself in a new Toyota. Imagine the hidden gems you'll find.
Sweet.
Rich, please. Imagine all the dust you'll pick up. Imagine the memories you'll make. And some you'd like to forget.
Get ready to drive home a new Toyota RAV4 for just $369 a month. Yes, lease an adventurous new RAV4 for only $369 a month.
Go from dreaming it to driving it today.
Toyota, let's go places.
So which would you recommend?
Me?
Yeah, some things are just better at home. With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, you can compare samples in your own space.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the home floor advantage.
Empire. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take one's daily giants, and each day starts. As time went on, it was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jargons can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal.
nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, or increased ketones. Jardiance may cause dehydration that can suddenly worsen kidney function and make you feel dizzy, lightheaded, or weak upon standing. Generally, yeast infections in men and women, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, or a rare life-threatening bacterial infection between and around the anus and genitals can occur. Call your doctor right away if you have fever or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area. Don't use if allergic to Jardiance. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have knee pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet. The worst fires
I had nowhere to go.
in Southland history
It was absolute chaos.
as they unfolded.
Never seen anything like this.
David Ono reports today at 4:30. When you need solutions,
I can't thank you guys enough, Channel 7. You guys really helped us through this.
7 is on your side, only on ABC7 Eyewitness News.
The private lunar lander Athena by Texas-based Intuitive Machines has been declared dead. The company says Athena landed sideways in a crater near the moon's south pole. Within 24 hours, its batteries were dead and the mission was over. But it did manage to send back some pictures confirming its position and activate a few experiments before going silent. This was the second lunar landing attempt for the company. The first time, a year ago, the lander also landed sideways, but the company was able to keep it going a little bit longer this time around.
In Oregon, investigators believe that they are close to finally solving the cold case disappearance of a family nearly 70 years ago. We have just learned they pulled a station wagon from the Columbia River near Cascade Locks. Authorities believe that it may have belonged to the Martin family, but they're not 100% sure. Authorities say that Ken and Barbara Martin and their 3 daughters drove to the mountains to collect Christmas greenery back in December of 1958. They never returned. The bodies of 2 of the daughters washed up months later.
But the price of a chance to win big is going up next month. Mega Millions tickets are more than doubling in cost, increasing to $5 per play. Lotto says it is overhauling the game, including improving the jackpot odds, and it says it expects more billion-dollar jackpot wins in the future. Tonight's Mega Millions drawing, by the way, is $233 billion. The cash option is just under $109 million.
Just 109 million, right? Give me the billion, jeez. Okay, Eyewitness News at 5 is next. For a preview, here is Giovanna Lara.
Mark and Ellen on Eyewitness News at 5. Imagine stumbling across a stash of stolen safes. It's a shocking find. Tonight we have the new video and we're hearing from the owners of one of those safes. Plus, piece by piece, victims of the Palisades and Eaton fires are being offered a unique resource to help cope with the deadly firestorm. Plus this.
The Los Angeles City Controller issues a report that says the city will be in a deficit this year and next year. What is the City Council doing to try to deal with this? I'm Carlos Grande in downtown Los Angeles, and I'll have that story coming up.
These stories and live breaking news and weather on Eyewitness News at 5.
Right now, you can get Disney Plus and Hulu for just $2.99 a month. A price so low, you'll want to scream. Your favorites from Disney Plus and Hulu together on Disney Plus for just $2.99 a month. Definitely a very smart move. Get Disney Plus and Hulu for just $2.99 a month for 4 months.
After a car accident, beware of insurance companies bearing small checks. You may feel pressure to settle too soon and for too little money. Choose Jacoby & Myers. We've turned low insurance offers into big settlements. Jacoby & Myers, because everyone deserves justice.
At AMCO, you'll be trained to keep up with all the latest engineering. What's he doing? He's running diagnostics for a check engine light. I'll be part of your training. Here we have brake pad replacement. That's right. And over here we have AMCO specialty. You're going to train me to repair transmissions too? Wow. After 60 years, there's nothing the well-trained techs at AMCO haven't seen or fixed. I think he's going to fit in here perfectly. Fix it fast, pay it slow. AA, MCO.
When migraine strikes, do you question the trade-offs of treating? Ubrelvy is another option. It works fast, and most have migraine pain relief within 2 hours. You can treat it anytime, anywhere. Tell your doctor all medicines you take. Don't take if allergic or with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Get help right away for allergic reactions like trouble breathing, face, mouth, tongue, and throat swelling, which may occur hours to days after. Side effects include nausea and sleepiness. Migraine pain relief starts with you. Learn how AbbVie can help you save on your Brelvy.
Good morning with Vocalax. Good morning. Yeah. Try Vocalax chewy fruit bites for fast and gentle constipation relief in as little as 30 minutes, making your good morning even better with Vocalax.
Is that our luggage rack? Fix that thing. Gorilla Tape.
Of course.
Double thick adhesive for a hold that lasts with the toughest jobs on planet Earth. And for a clear fix, try Crystal Clear Gorilla Tape.
At Jacoby Myers, when we get justice for you, it can make a big difference in your life. Here's what that means. Insurance offer $100,000. Our result, $4.65 million. Jacoby Myers, because everyone deserves justice.
Get a free advertisement at Cielo when you download our app, Morongo.
Now, Southern California's news leader, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Now, on Eyewitness News at 5, 2 months after the deadly firestorm, we're checking in on the rebuilding efforts in the burn zones. Plus, some people are still having problems accessing their homes. So, what's causing the holdup? We're live.
Plus, another round of deficit drama from the city of Los Angeles. Could layoffs be on the way?
It's one thing to find trash on the side of the freeway, but how about stolen safes and an ATM machine? We're one-on-one with a group who found the loot. Hello, I'm Mark Brown.
I'm Giovanna Lava. You're watching Eyewitness News at 5, live on ABC7, Hulu, and wherever you stream.
We begin with breaking news: a baseball bat attack and shooting at a home near the Beverly Center. This is all happening at a home on Alfred Street near Oakwood Avenue. Fire officials say one person may have been shot, another hit with a baseball bat. They say they found an elderly woman bleeding from the head when they got there. There is one person in custody. We're working now to learn what led up to the attack and the conditions of those involved. We'll try to bring you those updates as soon as they become available. 2 months ago today, we brought you live coverage of the beginning of the firestorm. Here's how it looked. The Palisades and Eaton fires ripping through a number of communities that turned deadly very quickly. The impact of these fires wasn't just physical, but mental too. The flames stripping away the peace of mind of thousands of families.
So how are they doing now, and how is the recovery coming along 2 months in?
For answers to these questions, we begin in the Palisades. And Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell, who knows the town well, as we have been reporting, of course. Josh is there live once again. Josh?
Well, Mark, fire debris is still all over the Palisades, but this is my third time here this week, and I can tell you that each day I'm seeing more and more lots being cleared. There is also a restaurant that's back open.
It is hard. I'm going to miss it. It's been a good place to be.
It's debris removal day for Melanie Kleinman, a 46-year resident of Pacific Palisades who lost her home in the fire. Kleinman opted in to have the Army Corps of Engineers clear her lawn. Once it's cleared, the Kleinmans will likely sell and move closer to family in Northern California. This isn't something they planned, but the wildfires have been life-changing for so many.
I think it's really fast that this has happened in 2 months. Originally, they said 18 months to clear lots. Now they're talking about 5 months to clear most of the debris from the Palisades, which is really fast.
2 months after the Palisades fire destroyed 7,000 structures, displacing thousands, the town is now a flurry of activity. Demolition crews have taken the place of most utility crews now that power and water have been restored. The Army Corps has turned Temescal Canyon Road into a debris sorting facility. They have 39 teams working in the Palisades. We met builder Corey Singer at the City of LA One-Stop Rebuilding and Permitting Center in West LA. He already has 8 projects in the works in the Palisades.
For the folks that we're working with, wanting to know exactly what they want, so we're on my partners inside right now on the permit. We submitted the plans on the 11th of February, so less than 30 days to get the permits, exactly what the city set out to do.
But access to the Palisades remains an issue.
Getting deliveries into this town has been a little bit of a struggle. A lot of big companies like Cisco or even Costco are getting high access at the checkpoints. So it's been quite challenging for us to get just products in here.
The Palisades Coffee Cafe, which has been in the village for decades, is one of the first businesses to reopen. Although the clientele is different, a place to gather is key to the rebuilding process.
We just want to stay just to what happens in the community. And I hope everyone is just doing well, food safe, and how they will
survive the fire, including dozens located at Rain Crusoe's Palisades Village shopping center. Not yet known when boats will reopen on July.
Ash, it's been 2 months since the Palisades fire, and we've heard some people are still having a hard time accessing their homes. What's causing the backup?
Well, the National Guard is still here in Pacific Palisades. They are still manning checkpoints every entrance and exit to the Palisades. That is for security reasons. You, of course, have so many homes that have been lost here, but those who didn't lose their home, they can't live here. So they're addressing the security issues and also they are...
Hey, get over here. Come on. Hey, hey. Come on.
Palisades. In about 30 minutes, we're going to have a live report from Altadena. We'll have a look at the recovery efforts from the Houston fire there as we're waiting on important deadlines for people looking for fire relief efforts.
Spotty showers across parts of Southern California today, while some saw a few rain and snow, others saw sunshine. Let's get to Chief Meteorologist Giles Francis.
And Giovanna, good afternoon. What a day in Southern California today. We're looking from the bottom to the down to the ground. In that area, a couple of showers, even lightning strikes before the live like about exactly what's left of that action, that convection. That is dying out. We talked about that once the sun gets low in the horizon and begins to set the release the energy source from that. So all of these are dissipating tonight. Not much or very light rain showers. This is over right there at the Santa Mountains in the 74. Here's our live shot at the Toronto LAX. It's 58 degrees. It's a cold this morning. We're walking past overnight lows down in the 30s in the mountains. And here is perfectly representative of the mountains of Southern California. This is big area at about 10 inches or so up here right now in this 32. We have a good weekend forecast coming up and another set of storms coming for Southern California next week. We'll talk about that in just a minute.
Okay, Douglas, thank you. And remember, today's forecast, make sure to download our free DC7 Los Angeles app. You can get the forecast specifically for your neighborhood and you can stream our newscast or live with a Palm Beach this afternoon.
Oh my God, you saw it right as you came out of the commercial. I'm sorry, I startled you.
That was ABC7 Eyewitness News anchor Chris Cooper making this wild chase in Hyde Park 2 years earlier today. The driver of a reported stolen car flew that intersection was hit by an innocent driver. Police arrested the suspect. It appears the driver of the other car was not badly hurt.
2 suspects have been arrested in the fatal shooting of a man and allegedly caught them stealing a catalytic converter outside his Inglewood home. A living doorbell camera caught the crime. The arrest comes more than 1 week after the murder of Juan Sanchez. Inglewood police say Gomez and Jose Sanchez were taken into custody after a 7-hour standoff with their SWAT team at a motel in Henry.
Number 5, what is the state of the Los Angeles city budget?
City controller raising the amount, saying it's in dire shape. Eyewitness News reporter Squad Dynamics how this year on the budget and serious changes for the city.
The city controller's report is clear. Controller Kenneth Mejia sent a letter to the mayor and city council warning the city is facing less revenue and coupled with higher spending could be a big fiscal problem. His report says the city faces a $140 million shortfall in revenue for this fiscal year and an additional decrease of $73 million next year.
The city is estimated to show $193 million over budget shift. But without lost revenue, every budget in national reforms that to
Bill, it's so bad that we have to do things differently.
Council Budget Chair Katie Jaroslawski says the city will need more money and there could be some cuts. All of this comes at a critical time as the city rebuilds after devastating fires.
We're looking at $100 million in LAFD overtime on top of a budget that already had gone up from the prior year. But really what the fire department needs, based on conversations with them and just being part of this body, is their facilities need to be upgraded. They need more people fixing the trucks.
A concern during the fires was that some emergency vehicles couldn't be used because they were sitting for repairs. Some council members say there's also a lot of waste. A homeless audit released just yesterday found that because of poor oversight, it can't track a substantial amount of money allocated to homeless services.
The expenditures there, as well as the money that we've been spending on LASA, I think there is clearly an urgent need for recalibration and very swift action to see spending in areas that clearly aren't showing us results.
Yaroslavsky says in addition to trying to fix this year's budget, this is a multi-year problem, and they're trying to figure out how to make sure to fix the budget for the next several years. Reporting from downtown Los Angeles, I'm Carlos Strong, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Thank you. New developments this afternoon in the deaths of Gene Hackman and his wife.
Investigators in Santa Fe, New Mexico, now revealing what caused their deaths following toxicology and autopsy results. Eyewitness News reporter Tim.
We're challenging them. He does not like to be challenged publicly in particular, and so this is going to be a very tense moment for him.
Kyle, is it clear to you at this point, I mean, what is the decision-making process on who's getting fired, and is it Elon Musk just making recommendations to cabinet secretaries or to the president, and then the president making a decision? How much, I mean, do we know at this stage?
We don't, and I think that's been an intentionally moving target. You know, we spent weeks on this goose chase about who's even the administrator of Doge, and they named a person eventually, but is that person really wielding any authority? And again, we're in these semantics about Elon Musk, the head of Doge, the administrator of Doge. It seems by design to both outrun the courts and outrun even the decisions are happening so fast that by the time we figure out who's even in Doge, they've already done enormous made enormous transformations to the government, and so it seems by design to be something we're chasing constantly.
Kyle Cheney, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Also, Kate Conger, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Perspective now from New York Democratic Congressman Dan Goldman, who sits on the House Judiciary and Homeland Security Committees. Congressman Goldman, I want to get to the looming government funding deadline in a moment, because it seems like a lot of this is kind of a distraction to try to avoid attention on that. But what do you make of the president's cabinet secretaries reportedly sparring with Musk?
Well, I find it very noteworthy, not only that the cabinet secretaries are clearly bristling at what Elon Musk is doing, but we've started to hear some comments from some Republican senators about needing congressional approval for what he's doing. And what it tells me is that Elon Musk is completely arbitrarily slashing staff members in the federal government. And these cabinet secretaries who actually have to run those agencies do not appreciate Musk coming in without any idea how these agencies run and what they do, and just chopping people based on keywords that he found in an algorithm. And it just goes to show that he's not finding waste, fraud, and abuse. He is just taking an axe to whatever he feels like. And the cabinet secretaries are now upset. Sean Duffy was referenced in that article, referenced a dispute about firing air traffic controllers who have an immense training and long training system. It's not easy to become an air traffic controller, which is why we don't have enough. And Musk is disputing with him conversations that he had. Elon Musk, Anderson, is trying to do to the federal government what he did to Twitter. But the federal government is not a business, and those revenues and those programs that the federal government has are what people rely on. And Elon Musk is going to hurt a lot of people because he does not care about anything other than lining his own pockets.
If there is no way, if you are actually looking for waste, fraud, and abuse and trying to figure out what employees are doing a good job, what employees are not, there's no way you can do that in the amount of time that Elon Musk and his team of cyber kids and people in their early 20s have just gone in there. There's probably ways to do that in an organized way based on institutional knowledge. It doesn't seem like that's how they're doing it.
Of course not. First of all, if you're looking for fraud, that obviously takes some investigation. If you're looking for waste, you have to figure out exactly what each program is doing and whether it's effective or not. Elon Musk, as the New York Times reported, and you mentioned several times on the show, Anderson, 10 of his 12 top line items of canceled programs on this wall of receipts were false or inaccurate or misleading.
Right, they said there was $8 billion, an $8 billion ICE contract canceled. canceled. It was actually $8 million. $8 billion is the entire budget for ICE, and that was a New York Times Dave Ferrigal found out.
Absolutely, and even by his own account, he is making all sorts of mistakes, and that's before he has any idea what these programs actually do. So let's not pretend that this is rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. I would love to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, and there's a process to do that, and I would be happy to work with the administration to do that. That's not what Elon Musk is doing, and notably, Anderson, somehow none of his $13 billion of government contracts he has determined to be waste, fraud, and abuse.
Congress is facing a deadline to keep the government funded past the end of next week. It obviously comes at a time when the president's unpredictable approach to tariffs is causing instability in the markets. Do you expect the usual Washington brinkmanship against the threat of a shutdown? And how much of this, this focus on Doge is an intentional distraction from the tax cuts and the money that's going to be added, the trillions that's going to be added to the deficit?
Look, by the reports that we're getting, what I'm hearing, the Republicans are going to put a continuing resolution to go to the end of the fiscal year, September 30th, which would be the first time in a long, long time there was no appropriations bill to fund the government for an entire fiscal year. This is why that is so bad. First of all, it keeps funding levels where they are right now. And as we know, inflation has gone up, our needs have gone up. It constrains agencies as to how they can, A, use the money, and B, initiate new programs or new initiatives. But more importantly, it incorporates all those things that Elon Musk says are waste, fraud, and abuse. They refund those, and it gives almost unfettered discretion to Donald Trump and the executive branch and Elon Musk to move money around however they want. So this is quote-unquote a stopgap that is really just designed to give Elon Musk even more power to do his chainsaw routine on the federal government.
Dr. Goldman, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you. We turned the Pentagon and the drive by the Trump administration to eliminate not just any efforts to promote diversity in the U.S. Armed Forces, but eliminate even any mention of diversity. At the end of January, the new Secretary of Defense, as you know, issued a press release with the headline, "Identity Month's Dead at DOD," banning any official recognition of Black History Month or any other minority groups in the military. But that, it seems, was just the start. Last week, the Pentagon ordered the removal from its websites any mention, photographs, or videos that, quote, promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, according to the Associated Press, more than 26,000 images, photographs, have since been flagged for removal across all military branches. Unclear why this is a controversial photo, but it was flagged. It's a photo of an American hero, Private First Class Harold Gonzalez, who was born into a Mexican-American family in California. He won the Medal of Honor for his heroic actions during the Battle of Okinawa in 1945. This photo showing Black military personnel undergoing training at an Air Force base in Illinois during the Second World War, that was flagged for removal. Perhaps it won't be mentioned any longer in the official histories of the Defense Department, but lest we forget, the U.S. military was segregated until 1948. During World War II, Black men and women served in all branches of the armed forces while they were facing racism and segregation. It wasn't until 1948 that President Harry S. Truman signed an executive order banning segregation. Here's another photo apparently flagged for removal. Air Force Staff Sergeant Christina Scales in 2009. That's when the photo was taken. She's performing a pre-flight check before departing on a mission in the C-17. But why this photo is worthy of purging from the Pentagon's public records is unclear. Apparently, anything related to gay service members is now also to be purged, including this photo of the B-29 aircraft that dropped the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima, August 6, 1945. Now, why would an aircraft be flagged for removal? It appears because the name of the plane is the Enola Gay. It was named after the pilot's mom, Enola Gay Tibbets. But the mere mention of the word gay has someone in the administration clutching at their pearls. Still to come tonight, the president says we're doing very well with Russia hours after threatening them with sanctions. His former National Security Advisor, Ambassador John Bolton, joins us to talk about it. Also, has the mystery been solved? Major new developments tonight about when and how legendary actor Gene Hackman and his wife died. Of the latest now.
Twitter. That's great, man. We invented a whole new thing. No one could possibly have understood where it was going.
symptoms after taking a medication like Humira or Remicade? Put them in check with Rinvoq, a once-daily pill.
When symptoms try to take control, I got rapid relief with Rinvoq. Check.
When flares try to slow me down, I got lasting remission with Rinvoq. Check. And many were in remission, even at nearly 2 years.
And Rinvoq helped visibly reduce damage of the intestinal lining. Check.
Rapid symptom relief, lasting remission.
And visibly reduced damage. Check.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. See the event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Put you seeing crows in check and keep them there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq.
With USPS Ground Advantage, it's like you're with us every step of the way.
Right on time.
Stay in the know from your doctor to their door.
When I was diagnosed with HIV, I didn't know who I would be.
But here I am.
Being me.
Keep being you and ask your healthcare provider about the #1 prescribed HIV treatment, Biktarvy.
Biktarvy is a complete one-pill, one-day treatment used for HIV in many people, whether you're 18 or 80. With one small pill, Biktarvy fights HIV to help you get to undetectable and stay there, whether you're just starting or replacing your current treatment. Research shows that taking HIV treatment as prescribed and getting to and staying undetectable prevents transmitting HIV through sex. Serious side effects can occur, including kidney problems and kidney failure. Rare life-threatening side effects include a buildup of lactic acid and liver problems. Don't take Biktarvy if you take dofetamide or rifampin. Tell your healthcare provider about all the medicines and supplements you take. If you're pregnant or breastfeeding or have kidney or liver problems. If you have hepatitis B, don't stop taking Biktarvy without talking to your healthcare provider. Common side effects are diarrhea, nausea, and headache.
No matter where life takes you, Biktarvy can go with you. Talk to your healthcare provider today.
When we started feeding Buggy the farmer's dog, he lost so much weight. Pre-portioned hacks makes it really easy to keep him lean and healthy.
In the morning, he flies up the stairs and hops up on my bed. In the past, he would not have been able to do any of those things.
At Wayfair, we're game for every style.
Let's play charades. Oh, I got my favorite chair. Got it. All right, ready?
This one rocking chair.
Velvet have to chase longer.
This is charades. Mommy's are ornaments.
Well, there's no rule about adding it to my cart.
It's a big deal.
It's Barrel's little chair. Cheers! Boom!
Wow. Not my first charade.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Premiering Saturday. Oh, good. Hey, Johnny, hey. He doesn't know if there's any way to save this place. It's with you, blood. But please.
It's you. It's your father.
A royal thing. Holy guacamole. What is that?
He says it. He does all things. So, you like him.
I don't exactly fit in.
You can't just leave without us.
The Reluctant Royal. Premiere Saturday at 8/7/7 on Hallmark Channel. Next day on the Hallmark Plus.
You see my phone?
Yeah, speak mine.
What's going on here, buddy?
I'm becoming a good actor.
Huh?
We have the best wireless computer.
Yeah, we'll go check it.
Well, I used it to absorb hundreds of years of kung fu knowledge in like 20 minutes.
I don't think it works that way.
Oh, it does. Hey, what's our nunchuck situation? Don't worry, I'll go find something.
Master anything with the fastest wireless speeds from Spectrum.
The Source with Caitlin Collins. Tonight at 9 on CNN.
Well, this morning, it seemed President Trump might be shifting his tone toward Russia. He posted this on social media. Quote, based on the fact that Russia is absolutely pounding Ukraine on the battlefield right now, I'm strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions, and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire and final settlement agreement on peace is reached. To Russia and Ukraine, get to the table right now before it is too late. Thank you. But that posture didn't last long. Hours later, he had this exchange with a reporter.
President Putin is bombing Ukraine.
Yeah.
Do you still believe him when he tells you that he wants peace?
Yeah, no, I believe it. I believe it. I think we're doing very well with Russia. And right now, they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine. I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine. And they don't have the cards. They don't have the cards.
From large-scale banking sanctions to we're doing very well with Russia in just a few hours. Again, like in that Oval Office confrontation, President Trump said that Ukrainian President Zelensky doesn't have the cards. He also doesn't have military aid and some intelligence sharing, which the president has paused. Today, President Trump also suspended Ukraine's access to certain commercial satellite imagery purchased by the U.S. government. Ukraine uses the imagery to track Russian troop movements. That news comes as Russia launched a major assault on several regions across Ukraine last night. 70 missiles and almost 200 drones were used. Two U.S. defense officials tell CNN that the U.S. is still sharing intelligence Ukraine can use to defend itself, but it has, quote, scaled back sharing intelligence that can be used to go on the offense. Today, the president was asked about the attacks and the pause in Ukraine.
Do you, Mr. President, think that Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of the U.S. pause right now on intelligence and military aid to Ukraine?
No, I actually think he's doing what anybody else would do. I think he wants to get it stopped and settled, and I think he's hitting them harder than he's been hitting them. And I think probably anybody in that position would be doing that right now.
Joining me now is John Bolton, who served as National Security Advisor to the President during his first term as U.S. Ambassador to the UN with George W. Bush administration. Ambassador Bolton, thanks for being here. How does this president go from talking about sanctions in the morning against Russia to essentially saying their strategy of pounding Ukraine is what anybody would do in this situation and taking advantage of the president's position?
Well, because I think he knew that the so-called threat this morning was totally hollow, as did Vladimir Putin, and he did it simply to try and show some kind of balance given the things he had said about Zelensky and the Ukrainians. If you look at the statement about the actual threat, he threatens three things: banking sanctions, and tariffs. Now, I'll assume there's banking sanctions are just a subset of sanctions. I don't know why you'd have two separate things, but let's take tariffs first. I don't understand, but who knows? But on tariffs, Russian exports to the United States last year, the only year we have full statistics, were a little bit less than $3 billion, which is trivial compared to the total volume of U.S. trade with the rest of the world. And in fact, in 2021, in other words, the last full year before Russia's invasion in 2022, they were about $30 billion. So over this period of time since the invasion, U.S. imports from Russia have already shrunk 90%. So the tariff thing is effectively meaningless. Banking sanctions, if there are banking sanctions we haven't imposed on Russia, I'd like to know why not. But in any event, as with really all the sanctions that have been imposed, and this is a general problem for sanctions, Russia has very successfully evaded, particularly the financial sanctions, moving through China's opaque financial system to get into global markets. So I think Putin completely understood that threat was totally hollow.
It seems now the U.S. is not doing cyber operations against Russia, according to reporting. We've mentioned new reporting that the Trump administration is suspending Ukraine's access to commercial satellite imagery purchased by the U.S. government, which comes after the pause, obviously, of U.S. military aid and sharing of intelligence. How long do you think the Ukrainians can hold up without that kind of support?
Well, and it's a question of what other NATO members may be able to supply. I think it's really despicable to stop providing the intelligence to Ukraine. This is all part of how Trump does business. It's all personal. I know this is hard to understand, that people think there's some policy behind it, but it's not. Trump believes that U.S. relations with other countries are embodied in his personal relations with the foreign heads of state. He thinks Vladimir Putin is his friend. He's never liked Zelensky, not since the famous perfect phone call in 2019. And this is what you're getting. But if I may come to this order suspending offensive cyber operations against Russia, this is a huge mistake for the United States. Forget Ukraine. This isn't going to make Russia more eager to come to the table. It's the rest of Trump's policies abandoning Ukraine and taking Russia's side that prevent Russia from coming to the table. Why should they negotiate when Trump gives them everything they want? And even more importantly, I think the cyber operators would tell you that part of what's important here, dealing with Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, any of our cyber adversaries, is to have what they call persistent engagement. if you're not always probing the Russians, you're giving them a chance to tee up their own offensive operations. If there were some deal here, a momentary truce, that'd be one thing. This looks to me like just another Trump giveaway.
And just so I'm clear, is it true that Russia is always probing the U.S. and civilian infrastructure and hospitals and electrical systems to try to see weaknesses?
I think that's clear. The Russians say, "Oh, it's not Russia. No, it's some troll farm operating under some fake name, some cutout operation." But they're doing it all the time, and really, I think we've improved our offensive game beginning in the Trump administration when we loosened Obama administration restrictions on offensive cyber. But cyber's like any other human domain. If you're not probing the adversary, you're taking risks for America. Again, forget Ukraine here. That's not part of the equation. This is backing away from dealing with the Russian cyber threat. I think it's a big mistake.
That's for Bolton. I appreciate your time. Thank you. For the next, why President Trump is threatening new tariffs for Canada after announcing that 1 month pause just yesterday. Plus, the New Mexico chief medical examiner reveals the cause of death of Dr. Gene Hackman and the surprising cause of death for his wife, including a new timeline of their final days.
Tell us about accepting bribes.
The stuff he did that was completely illegal destroys democracy. I'm still not sure that you're repentant.
I have nothing to hide. If you had admitted it, you would have gotten away with it.
They were abused on television.
It was this unholy combination of overwhelming greed and money.
It's not a bribe, it's trading favors.
United States of Scandal with Jake Tapper. A new season starts Sunday at 9 on CNN.
Upset stomach? Ibirogast. Indigestion? Ibirogast. Bloating? Ibirogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Ibirogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Ibirogast.
Time to press rewind with Neutrogena Rapid Wrinkle Repair. It has germ-proven retinol expertly formulated to target skin cell turnover and fight not 1 but 5 signs of age with visible results in just 1 week. Neutrogena. Now another painting.
From Full House to Empty Nest to Free Birds. Vanguard.
You got this.
50 years of helping you invest for every chapter. For more than a decade. Tap into Etsy for original and affordable home and style pieces like lighting under $150 to brighten vibes. For under $100, put your best foot forward with vintage jackets. Or pick up custom shelving for under $50 to make space without emptying your pockets. And get cozy with linen robes for $75 or less. For affordable home and style finds to help you welcome whatever's next. Etsy has it.
When our numbers guy Frank goes on vacation, he deals on the most affordable German-engineered car brand in America. Get even better. Hop in during Volkswagen deal days. The deals are in while Frank is out. Get up to a $2,500 customer bonus on select new 2025 models during Volkswagen deal days. An alternative to pills, Voltaren is a clinically proven arthritis pain relief gel which penetrates deep to target the source of pain with non-steroidal anti-inflammatory medicine directly at the source. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
1 second, Grandma. This guy's not buying my car. If you need Carvana, entering plate number, no accidents, right?
No.
Generating offer. Carvana can pick it up tomorrow.
That's an amazing offer.
Sell your car the easy way with Carvana.
With fast signs, see the visual possibility in your business. With signs and graphics, you can say anything. Transforming your space begins at our place. Fast signs, make your statement.
Pronamel, clinical enamel strain, can help us to keep our enamel for a lifetime. It's backed by science. It is clinically proven to strengthen our teeth. I would recommend this toothpaste to everybody. It's really an amazing product.
Domino's pepperoni stuffed cheesy bread is loaded with pepperoni. It's kind of like your favorite pizza's best friend.
Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their whole day. And giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
Feel as if you're free from allergies and gravity. Breathe clarity clear.
Just one day after ordering a month-long suspension of punishing 25% tariffs on many of the goods that come across the border from Canada, President Trump has changed course again and put brand new tariffs on the table.
Canada has been ripping us off for years on tariffs for lumber and for dairy products. 250%, nobody ever talks about that. 250% tariff, which is taking advantage of our farmers, so that's not going to happen anymore. They'll be met with the exact same tariff unless they drop it.
Well, this comes after a month of President Trump expressing a serious interest in America acquiring Canada as the 51st state. He also has repeatedly referred to Canada's outgoing Prime Minister as Governor Justin Trudeau. Suffice to say, Prime Minister Trudeau is not amused. Earlier this week, when the president announced his 25% tariffs, the Wall Street Journal published this editorial titled, "Trump Takes the Dumbest Tariff Plunge," which all led Canada's Prime Minister to say this.
And it's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal, but don't it? They point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
Well, running to the next Prime Minister of Canada is Chrystia Freeland. She's the former Deputy Prime Minister and former Minister of Finance. She joins me now. Ms. Freeland, I appreciate you being with us. First of all, what do you make of this whiplash coming from the White House, full steam ahead on tariffs and on pause, and there are more threats? Is this a coherent strategy?
Well, look, there have been more flip-flops than we can keep track of here in Canada. But what we do know is, the Prime Minister is right, the Wall Street Journal is right. These are the dumbest tariffs in history. This is utterly self-mutilating. It's really a perverse approach, Anderson, because America is hurting itself. Moving in this direction, the president is killing the U.S. stock market. Your stock market is actually performing worse than the stock market in Europe or in Canada. You're going to raise the prices on gas. You're going to raise the prices on groceries. You're going to make electricity more expensive. And all for what reason? Because Canadians aren't nice enough? I mean, come on. This is just utterly absurd. America is hurting itself. And the end result has been to do something which is really hard to do. Antagonize Canadians. There is this wave of patriotism in Canada right now, the likes of which I have never seen in my life. We started off being really hurt by this because we know that we are really good friends to you, really good neighbors. We know that so much of America's prosperity has been built on the foundation of having Canada the best neighbor in the world to your north. But now I would say Canadians are getting really angry.
Well, let me ask the president has, you are a candidate to be the next Prime Minister of Canada. The president has attacked you personally, calling you a, quote, whack, and claiming credit for your resignation as Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. How would you approach these negotiations if you became the head of government? Because what the president is saying is, Canada's been ripping off American on lumber and dairy, and that this would be, payback for that.
Well, Anderson, I and the vast majority of Canadians consider that name-calling by the president to be juvenile, but also a compliment. And during the first negotiations we had with President Trump, there was tons of name-calling, there was tons of hollering and kicking and screaming. During the negotiations themselves, his nickname for me was the killer, which I definitely took as a compliment. And the good news is, after all, coming from him, right? But the good news is, after all of that kicking and shouting and screaming, and after the president said he was going to rip up his trade deal with us, we renegotiated it. He said the new deal that we have now is the best trade deal ever. I negotiated it. I happen to agree with him. He did impose tariffs on us. My response was dollar for dollar retaliation. And after a few months, without any concessions, he lifted those tariffs. And the reason for that, Anderson, is, you know, the laws of economics, they're like the laws of gravity. You can do all kinds of social media posts and make up funny names, but at the end of the day, the laws of economics prevail. And the reality is, your economic relationship with us is great. It is balanced. It is mutually beneficial. It is good for the United States. It is good for Canada. And that's why, as Prime Minister, my approach would be united, strong, and smart. I'm sure there would be lots of insults. I'm sure there would be lots of name calling. And I'm also sure at the end of the day, we would get back to a win-win.
Ms. Freeland, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Christian Freeland. Up next, stunning new details from the chief medical examiner on why movie legend Gene Hackman and his wife died and when. And then later, the worsening measles outbreak in West Texas will take you there.
Have I got news for you, Lisbeth? Let's think of some new games to play. What do you got?
Nazi salute or honeydew. You figure out which one you're seeing when you see a. What about
DEI or DUI? Is somebody black or drunk?
You want to just keep playing the same games?
Yes. Let's get some lunch.
I got soy sauce.
Have I got news for you? New episode tomorrow at 9 on CNN and stream next day on Max.
Want a next level clean? Switch with the Whoa of Listerine. It kills 99.9% of bad breath germs for 5 times more cleaning power than brushing and flossing alone. Get a next level clean with Listerine. Feel the Whoa.
Black Bag, that's Vanity Fair, Rolling Stone, and the Los Angeles Times all talking. Spy thrillers don't get better than this.
I can feel when you're watching me. I like it.
Black Bag, rated R, only theaters March 14th with special engagements in Dolby. Mike had a heart attack a year ago, but he's still living in the red with a very high risk of another attack. With his risk factors, his recommended LDL-C level should be below 55. Are you at risk? Learn how to get a free LDL-C test at attackheartdisease.com.
Paul? Hey, Carfox, are you hiding from used car shopping? Yes, it doesn't have to be scary. Show me, Carfox. Knowing how a car's an accident history Carfax price means you don't have to overpay. No fear, just Fox. Say, show me at Carfax.com.
Today, she starts with a drive, but the real work came before. Inspired by a coach who recognized her potential. Morgan Stanley proudly supports First Team, driving progress for the next generation.
Choose Advil Liquid Gels for faster, stronger, and longer-lasting relief than Tylenol Rapid Release Gels. Because Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation. So for faster pain relief, Advil, the pain away.
These C-Bond denture adhesive seals hold all day and make your gums feel happy. With gradual release technology for strong all-day hold and a cushiony soft seal for full gum protection and comfort. Strong all-day hold makes your gums happy. C-Bond.
Problems with gray hair? Not anymore. With the new Alpacin Gray Attack, an easy-to-use shampoo for darker and thicker-looking hair day by day. Fight for your hair with the new Alpacin Gray Attack. Available at Amazon.
So I can take the steak home.
Yep.
And as many butterfly sugars as I want. Cake.
You can take home everything.
Ice cream machine, everything. Dessert, everything. Fork, everything. That guy's hungry.
Hey, careful, or it's gonna be broccoli everything.
No thanks, I'm good.
To all those who never give a second thought to being the first ones in, thank you. Servpro, proud supporter of our nation's first responders.
I told you I don't need these anymore. I have Sling. This critical time calls for the critical news coverage that Sling provides.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
The most important news at the best price. Sling lets you do that.
Beef bourguignon, bold choice, but they're here in 10 and you're not ready. That eyeshadow, so fire.
Know what else is fire? Your kitchen. Seriously. Fire.
Kidde Detect products help protect you from you.
That's $225 for the night.
Not bad.
$155 for the night.
How?
It's easy when you know where to look.
Trivago compares hotel prices from hundreds of sites, so you can save up to 40%. Hotel Trivago.
This is Noom GLP-1, and this is Cam.
Noom is more than nuts, which is honestly why I chose Noom. Noom has helped me create really healthy habits. Now it's just what I do. It's just who I am. I'm Cam, and I've lost 11 pounds in 6 weeks with Noom.
Get started at Noom.com.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff.
But GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one.
All goggles glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own.
That's awful.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos, and he got $2 million in coverage all online.
Life insurance made easy. Check your price today at ethos.com.
All There Is with Anderson Cooper. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We have new information on the deaths of film legend Gene Hackman and his wife Betsy. New Mexico's chief medical examiner revealed this afternoon that she died of a rare disease linked to rodents several days before Hackman. And he likely had no idea because he had Alzheimer's disease. His death is in connection to that and heart disease as well. CNN's Josh Campbell has more.
The manner of death is natural.
A mystery solved, revealing tragic circumstances. As the New Mexico chief medical examiner released autopsy conclusions in the deaths of Gene Hackman and his wife, Betsy Arakawa Hackman.
Based on the circumstances, it is reasonable to conclude that Ms. Hackman passed away first, with February 11th being the last time that she was known to be alive. Mr. Hackman probably died around February 18th.
Gene Hackman's death at age 95 came about 1 week after his wife passed away, also at their home, according to investigators. Their bodies were found on February 26th, both showing signs of what authorities referred to in a search warrant affidavit as mummification.
I think he died as a result of his heart disease and with Alzheimer's being that contributing factor. He was in a very poor state of health. He had significant heart disease, and I think ultimately that is what resulted in his death.
65-year-old Betsy Hackman likely died from hantavirus pulmonary syndrome, a rare infectious disease transmitted from rodents to humans. Infection can come up to 2 months after exposure to mice droppings in urine and cause flu-like symptoms, according to the medical examiner.
I don't know when she began to feel ill, and those are just things that I don't know that I'm ever going to have the answers to.
Even more questions still remain.
There is no reliable scientific method to accurately determine the exact time or date of death. He was in an advanced state of Alzheimer's, and it's quite possible that he was not aware that she was deceased. What about starvation? There was no food in his stomach, which means he had not eaten recently, but he had also no evidence of dehydration.
Officials had previously narrowed down the timing of Gene Hackman's death using data from his pacemaker.
His last event was recorded on February 17, 2025.
The sheriff also revealed new details about the Hackman's final days after tracking the couple's cell phones and Mrs. Hackman's communication and activities that suddenly stopped on February 11th.
She was walking around, she was shopping, she was visiting stores, but my detectives didn't indicate that there was any problem with her or struggle of her getting around.
And Josh Campbell joins me now. Does the investigation continue?
It does. It's not closed yet. Authorities are still trying to figure out what happened to that poor family dog. Obviously, being in a crate for a prolonged period of time without food or water would be the likely cause of death, but they are conducting a necropsy just to confirm. They're also trying to pull certain details off of the cell phones of Gene and Betsy Hackman. All that said, Sheriff Adam Mendoza in Santa Fe said that he believes authorities are very close to finalizing their timeline regarding what they think happened here with this tragic case, Anderson.
Josh Campbell, thanks very much. Joining us now is death investigator Barbara Butcher, who oversaw the remains recovery after the World Trade Center site after 9/11. Barbara, how would a medical examiner determine that Ms. Hackman died approximately a week before her husband? Because as we mentioned before, law enforcement said both bodies showed signs of what they call mummification.
Yes, well, mummification is one form of decomposition. When a body is in a warm environment and the person dies, bacterial action can run wild and start this process of liquefying or decomposing the body, and it will result in abdominal swelling and perhaps swelling of other areas. But in this very cool, average 50 degrees in Santa Fe, and very dry environment, less than 20% humidity, we would expect to see some degree of decomposition of the hands, fingers, possibly the face as well, areas that don't have a lot of fat or fluid. And so we can look at the stages of decomposition.
How rare is it for someone to contract and die from hantavirus?
It's a very rare disease, but in the past I've warned friends who are cleaning out sheds, wear a mask, don't sweep up mouse droppings or rodent droppings, because once they're aerosolized, it results in you inhaling the virus and becoming very ill. Now, I understand that they're in a very rural area or near rural, and so we would expect to see plenty of rodents in that area, or perhaps they had a little outbuilding outside their home. And it's perfectly natural that if she cleaned up even a little bit, swept away some mouse droppings, they would aerosolize and she would catch that disease. And it's nearly 40% fatal.
Really? So it's hard to treat. And is it transmissible from human to human? I mean, could he have caught it from her?
I don't believe so. I think it depends. It's very dependent on inhaling the particulate matter. And as far as contagion, I don't know if it's particularly contagious.
Do you know
you need those viral particles?
The medical examiner said that because of his advanced Alzheimer's, he may not have been aware that his wife had died. Have you ever come across a situation where someone with a form of dementia wasn't aware that a spouse or caretaker had died in the home?
Yes, absolutely. It's terribly sad. Once Alzheimer's has advanced to sufficient degree that the person is unaware of their surroundings and disoriented, he may have carried on with his life. It appears to me that since he was in the mudroom with his cane and sunglasses, perhaps he was going out for a walk or coming back from a walk, and he collapsed, had a cardiac event, and died. And he may not have known that she was dead.
It's such a sad end to such an extraordinary life and such an extraordinary relationship, both of them. Barbara Butcher, I appreciate your expertise in being with us. Thank you so much. Coming up next, we're going to take you to the epicenter of the West Texas measles outbreak, where cases are still rise.
Tell us about accepting bribes.
The stuff he did that was completely illegal destroys democracy. I'm still not sure that you're repentant.
I have nothing to hide. If he had been tempted, he would have gotten away with it.
They would abuse him on television.
It was this unholy combination of overwhelming greed and money.
It's not a bribe, it's trading favors.
United States of Scandal with Jake Tapper. A new season starts Sunday at 9 on CNN.
Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Maybe sunshine, maybe rain. But as for me, I'll wait and see. And maybe it'll bring our love to me. Who knows?
Hourly Amazon employees earn an average of over $22 per hour in communities across America.
We're going big tonight.
Let's go. Amazon offers hourly employees health care on day one for the whole family.
Safety.
Should I go home?
No. Don't think about anything.
At Wayfair, we're game for every style.
Let's play charades. Oh, I've got my favorite chair. Got it. All right, ready?
Yep.
This one rocking chair.
Velvet have to chase longer.
This is charades. Lounges are optimists.
Well, there's no rule about adding it to my cart.
It's a good deal.
The
Save even more at our parking lot sale going on now.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back. Start to break away from Lucy with Tremfya, with rapid relief at 4 weeks. Tremfya blocks a key source of inflammation. At 1 year, many people experienced remission, and some saw 100% visible healing of their intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
Got one more, Antoine.
With USPS Ground Advantage, it's like you're with us every step of the way.
Right on time.
Stay in the know. Your doc to their door.
Every Moscot frame, from the first one we ever sold, is like a piece of New York soul. No matter the decade, no matter the era, Moscot has that Lower East Side grit, commitment to a sense of personal style, and there's nothing more New York than that.
Premiering Saturday. Oh, good. Meet Johnny Payne. He doesn't know it.
If there's any way to save this place, it's with new blood.
But he's
The Duke. He's your father.
a royal thing. Holy guacamole. What is that?
He says all the wrong things. He does all the wrong things. So, you like it.
I don't exactly fit in here.
You can't just leave. What about us?
The Reluctant Royal. Premieres Saturday at 8, 7 Central on Hallmark Channel. Next day on Hallmark Plus.
The Source with Caitlin Collins, next on CNN.
In West Texas, tonight a worsening measles outbreak. Health officials now report nearly 200 confirmed cases in the area. That's up from 159 just on Tuesday. An unvaccinated Texas child died from the virus last week. 23 have been hospitalized. The bulk of cases, 137, are in Gaines County, where the outbreak was first identified. Now, there might be a second measles death in a neighboring New Mexico county where 30 people have gotten the disease. Health officials there are investigating the virus caused the death of an unvaccinated person who tested positive for measles but did not seek medical attention. Nick Watt has more now from Texas.
The epicenter of the measles outbreak is rural Gaines County. Why here? Why now?
Is this coming from the Mennonite community?
That's the biggest cohort of the population that is unvaccinated, and so the predominant people that we're seeing with it are in the Mennonite community, but it's not only them.
The Mennonites are Anabaptists who farmed around here since the 1970s. Tina Siemens runs a museum.
It literally goes back to the 1500s, back in Germany.
Charting their people's centuries-long flight from religious persecution and their time here in Texas.
Unsere Normalen gehören.
She's now translating health department offers of vaccines.
Vorkehrungen können getroffen werden. No one will be turned away if they cannot meet the payment.
But that's falling on some deaf ears. Older Mennonites like Tina had to get the vaccine to get American citizenship after immigrating here. But now,
The younger generation is choosing not to vaccinate.
Because they have the capability of educating themselves.
So this is not a blind religious belief. This is an educated, whether it's right or wrong, this is an educated choice.
but is in line with centuries of Mennonite tradition, self-sufficiency.
They have been self-sustained. They did not go to the local doctor for everything because they had a home remedy.
Still, she feels her people are being scapegoated, while others around here also refuse the vaccine. Across Gaines County, more than 17% of kids in public schools have a so-called conscientious exemption, so don't need to be vaccinated. That's according to the latest state figures, and is among the highest in the state, which is just one of 16 states that allows that. there are hesitants among the non-Mennonites.
I think COVID did bring a lot of distrust to the public, and it certainly didn't help us with already people having distrust of the healthcare system.
There's a very friendly small town vibe around here. People very happy to chat over lunch about the weather and whatnot, even when they know we're from CNN. But people we've spoken to who are against the vaccine, they'll tell us over the phone that they think it's dangerous, that they value personal and medical liberty, but they won't talk to us with a camera. They say that they fear that their message will be misconstrued, that they'll be judged, and that people will just hate on them.
We are trying our best to communicate to the public.
Do you speak to them about why they're hesitant?
It can vary from their parents didn't vaccinate them, or it could be that they read certain things from wherever on the internet, association with autism or association with vaccine injury, a lot of different misbeliefs.
Do you see this getting much worse before it gets better here?
Honestly, with the numbers that we're seeing now, I think it is going to just get worse from here. I think our chances of keeping it contained has gone out the window.
Some, not many, among the vaccine skeptical Mennonites and others are now coming in to get the shots.
I heard of a family yesterday that really encouraged the vaccine. So
there's a ring.
There's a ring.
And it's personal choice.
That's key. Personal
Okay.
choice. And praise the Lord, we have that freedom here in America.
So, to use a cliche, what's happening in Western Texas really is a perfect storm. You've got this large vaccine skeptical Mennonite community, growing vaccine skepticism across the broader population, and laws in Texas that allow people to express that skepticism by not getting their kids vaccinated. So, are outbreaks like this going to become more common across the country? Well, the data might suggest they are. You need 95% vaccine coverage in a community to stop these outbreaks taking hold and taking off. It's called herd immunity. Now, we used to have that across the United States, measured by kindergartners getting the MMR. That was above 95% just 5 years ago. It's now below 93%. Skepticism is rising, vaccination rates are falling. And also, the Department of Health and Human Services is now led by RFK Jr., who this week has been promoting alternative therapies and not explicitly promoting the vaccines. Anderson?
Well, I appreciate the report on the ground from there. Thank you. That's it for us. The news continues. Hope you have a good weekend. I'll see you Monday. The Source starts right now.
Straight from The Source tonight, wild new details on what really happened inside that reportedly explosive meeting with the Trump cabinet and Elon Musk. At least 2 Trump cabinet members flat out accusing Musk of lying before President Trump reined in some of Musk's powers. Trump being extraordinarily understanding today of Russia's new massive attack on Ukraine, saying anybody in that position would be doing that right now. And now he says Russia is easier to negotiate with than Ukraine. And for our neighbors to the north, it's not just a trade war. New reporting that President Trump also is threatening to redraw the border with Canada, taking new U.S. territory. I'm Sarah Sider in for Caitlin Collins, and this is The Source. Closer than ever after reining in some of Elon Musk's powers and after reporting of a major dust-up with members of his cabinet yesterday, Musk is hanging close with President Trump in the Oval Office tonight. He was also spotted boarding Marine One with him as Trump and his team headed to Mar-a-Lago for the weekend. Yet all kinds of new wild details are coming out on that apparently explosive meeting at the White House yesterday. That meeting saw President Trump hauling in members of his cabinet into a room with the Doge leader, amid growing rumblings about Musk from some of his top appointees. These new details coming from the New York Times. Several of their sources take us inside that room where Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy reportedly clashed with Musk. The Times writing, quote, Rubio was incensed. Elon Musk was letting him have it, accusing him of failing to slash his staff. You have fired nobody, Musk told Rubio. Musk adding that Rubio was good on TV, with the clear subtext being that he was not good for much else. It was Musk's anger that reportedly caught people in the room by surprise, but that didn't stop Rubio from hitting back. With him telling the room Musk was not being truthful, Rubio had been privately furious with Musk for weeks, ever since Musk's team effectively shuttered an entire agency that was supposedly under Rubio's control. That agency? USAID. So what was Donald Trump doing during all this? He was watching it like a ping pong match at first, but eventually intervened to defend Rubio as doing a, quote, great job, while also making clear he still supports Musk's government-slashing mission. Yet today in the Oval Office, Trump put a rosy spin on the alleged blow-up.
Some details have come out about your cabinet meeting with Elon Musk and some clashes potentially between Secretary Rubio and Secretary
No clash. I was there. You're just a troublemaker. And you're not supposed to be asking that question because we're talking about the World Cup. Elon gets along great with Marco, and they're both doing a fantastic job. There is no clash.
Who has more authority, Elon Musk or your cabinet secretary?
Any other questions?
But insiders tell Times it's not all sunshine and roses, as Trump seems to suggest, or even Musk's assertion that it was very productive. The Times reporting the billionaire apparently also clashed with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who accused Musk and his young staff of trying to lay off air traffic controllers, saying, quote, what am I supposed to do? I have multiple plane crashes to deal with now, and your people want me to fire air traffic controllers. Musk then is said to have told Duffy his assertion was a lie. Duffy rebuffed him, saying he had it firsthand. Musk defending himself, eventually saying he had 3 companies with a market cap of tens of billions of dollars and that his results spoke for themselves. Our deeply sourced White House insiders lead us off tonight. The Washington Post, Isaac Arnsdorf, and
Fucking whack ass punk beat me, man. What the fuck? Cause of Kaimi. Wow. It was me giving up that touchdown. Fucking son of a bitch. Damn. This nigga's a bum too. Totally. my girl took off on him. Ooh. God damn. Huh. shit. Oh shit. Did he go out? Oh, come on, man. PP. You get a PP. Come on.
Hurt Americans. Well, it's the inconsistency of the policies that's actually the biggest issue. So if you talk to economists about where we are today, is when you don't have a consistent set of policies where businesses don't know how to react to that. And so that's why you see sometimes hiring gets put on hold. People don't know what to do because they don't know what they're going to have to respond to. The most classic example has been this week with the automakers, who have said we need more clarity on how you're going to do this. We're American automakers, but we obviously rely on other countries to be able to produce cars. What is this? How is this going to affect us? And
that's part of the problem. The American automakers were the ones that spent the past 20 years actually offshoring jobs in Mexico and Canada, whereas foreign companies, Hyundai, Kia, BMW, they've all been opening up plants here, and they're not actually concerned. Which is the same with the job number. I went to the manufacturing market. There was about 11,000 manufacturing jobs got. Over Biden's last year, there was 111,000 jobs lost in manufacturing. That's 9,000 a month, every single month, consistently down. If these aren't Trump's numbers, then what did Joe Biden do in his last seconds in office that actually changed the manufacturing numbers?
Does he decide whether they're Trump's good numbers or Trump's bad numbers?
I'm running tests right now to see how.
I was testing you first.
I don't know. Then you're running. I ain't about those numbers, but I'm testing your heart, not your head. If the numbers were bad, would you be claiming it was Trump's numbers?
Some of them. I did look. So when you talk about tariffs, there are good things and bad things about tariffs.
No. This month's job numbers were negative 600,000.
I'm saying,
would you be claiming those for Trump, or would you be deducting them on Biden?
I'm saying there are policy points that you could point to with respect to manufacturing, right? Vis-a-vis tariffs, that people have tried to onshore jobs. That's reflected in that report. I would estimate, if Scott Bessent and Donald Trump could every month get 10,000 federal jobs reduced in the jobs report, federal employment down by about 10,000, and manufacturing jobs up by 10,000, I think they would make that deal today. I think the MAGA base would love that, and I think that would serve American jobs.
So let me just for one point of clarity. Are you suggesting that announcements that were made in the last several weeks were responsible for 10,000 jobs are showing up on a jobs report where the numbers cut off at February 12th? That's what you're saying? Because I don't think that's a very reasonable. I mean, I don't want you to be confused because I think that the announcements have been made, but the idea that the announcements have led to instantaneous job growth is not.
It's a small percentage of overall manufacturing jobs. I think companies, since President Trump got elected, since the talk of tariffs happened, since the general idea of and the premises and policies of the last administration are, the past is prologue. I think a lot of companies actually made efforts to onshore jobs that weren't.
So I'll say this. So this is part of the game, just so the audience at home knows. If you pay attention to politics for any period of time, there is no administration that takes blame for bad numbers. That just doesn't work. I remember when Donald Trump got in office, then Barack Obama was out saying Obama was saying, and throughout Trump's administration, when we did have some good economic progress, people were still crediting Barack Obama. So they were saying, well, this is because of Barack Obama. So, of course, Donald Trump is not going to say anything negative about or be a sponsor for anything negative. That's just what happens in politics. The point that you made about the tariffs, though, because I'm not someone who fully understands that, and so I've been trying to get clarity from the administration on what it means. So they said that it may be some short-term, pain. I don't know what that means, and the science of that, as what you were talking about, because the Biden administration, they did keep Trump's tariffs on China. So we do know that it is a strategy there. I don't necessarily understand it, but the Trump administration probably, as we go into these summer months, they need to be more transparent in talking to people about what it is with these tariffs, like the real things that's going to happen with these tariffs.
Look, I mean, there is going to be pain because, I mean, you have tariffs that are targeted and tariffs that are not. And when you just slap 25% tariffs onto everything, from two trading partners where you yourself negotiated a trading deal with them, not to say the merits of USMCA, it's Trump's deal, but that is going to have an impact in the near term and perhaps in the long term.
And can we live in the short-term pain, Mr. Brother? Short-term pain for whom? Big Mama and Big Papa can't afford short-term pain. Over 60% of the American people are saying they live paycheck to paycheck. 50% of people in 2024 into 2023 said that they couldn't pay their rent or having a hard time paying rent or mortgage. So short-term is to have a cavalier attitude about short-term pain of the everyday people in this country is what is being missed. And so I don't care which administration it is. Can somebody just do something for Big Mama and Big Papa in the hoods all over this country? Rural, suburban.
That's what Americans are asking. I mean, they voted one party out to do something about this, so they're waiting to see what Trump will do. Coming up next for us, the Pentagon removes thousands of images of war heroes and historic moments, all in the name of wokeness. Plus, the Defense Department, which is normally not political, is now wading into partisan food fights on the daily. We'll discuss.
When it comes to rooting out corruption, do the FBI's ends justify the means?
Hey,
It's an embarrassment.
get over here.
The United States
Rambo.
scandal with Jake Tapper, Sunday at 9
Rambo.
on CNN.
My moderate to severe Crohn's
Rambo.
symptoms kept me out of
Here.
With Skyrizi, pills symptom relief at 4 weeks. Many people were in remission at 12 weeks, at 1 year, and even at 3 years.
Don't use allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Skyrizi. Upset stomach? Ibirogast. Indigestion? Ibirogast. Bloating? Ibirogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Ibirogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Ibirogast.
When our numbers guy Frank goes on vacation, the deals on the most affordable German-engineered car brand in America get even better. Hop in during Volkswagen Deal Days. The deals are in while Frank is out. Get up to a $2,500 customer bonus on select new 2025 models during Volkswagen Deal Days.
At Wayfair, we get pretty excited about furniture. Around here, it's not a patio, it's patio. Oh, I love those chairs.
Shit-tastic.
Rocks.
My queen.
Yeah?
I'm at the bed.
Girl, you nailed it! No, this set is just a couple of screws.
They're a perfect combo. They're gonna find it.
Wayfair, every style, every home. Here I am, field trip chaperone.
Before preventing migraine with Qulipta, it was hard keeping plans.
And look at me now.
You'll never truly forget migraine, but Qulipta reduces attacks, making more zero migraine days possible.
Don't take it allergic to Qulipta. Get help right away for serious allergic reactions like trouble breathing, face sweat, or tongue swelling, itching, or rash, which may occur when taking Qulipta or days after. Common side effects include nausea, constipation, and sleepiness.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Qulipta, the forget you get migraine medicine.
Sorry, bud. Not while I read.
Hey! Who let the dogs out? Spruce, a new weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets.
Does it actually work?
Visible results in 1 hour and dead weeds in 1 day.
Works.
Spruce, the new, hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer.
Oh, don't forget, dinner with my boss.
Great. Our new Ultimate Adhesive will save the day. New Polygrip Ultimate all-in-one. Get superhuman home, food safe, and comfort.
If your mouth could talk, it would ask for
Polygrip.
Buying a car is kind of a big deal. How do you know if it's the right car for you? Ooh, the most deal ratings and complete vehicle history from car groups. That's how. Boom.
can feel worn out. Reach for core power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle, electrolytes to help hydrate, so you can power on. Champion your recovery with core power.
Feel as if you're free from allergies and gravity. Live Claritin Clear.
Tonight, content not found. As the Pentagon works to purge DEI content across every branch of the military, tens of thousands of photographs and online posts have been marked for deletion. According to the Associated Press, images and posts flagged included references to a World War II Medal of Honor recipient. Thousands of posts that commemorate Black, Hispanic, and women's history also removed. And photographs like this one of the Enola Gay, the aircraft that dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. The plane was named after the pilot's mother. You may be wondering, what was so controversial about that picture that it needed to be taken down? Well, according to the AP, a review of the database also underscores the confusion that has swirled among agencies about what to remove following Trump's order. In some cases, photos seem to be flagged for removal simply because their file included the word gay. Yes, really. And that includes service members with that last name and an image of the B-29 aircraft, the Enola Gay. I mean,
Lord. Look.
I would laugh, except that it's like,
but it's terrible. And the thing is, and I don't even think we should use their language. You know, their language is, oh, we're doing it because of DEI. No, you are removing Black people, gay people, and women from America's government's websites. That's wrong. That's wrong, bro. In what world is that appropriate? If we said after Obama got in, we're going to take down all the pictures of the white boys, people would say, are you crazy? Are you smoking something? That's terrible. It's anti-American. So if you can say anything is anti-woke, anti-DEI, anti-whatever you want to, but if the end result is people are being erased because of the color of their skin, that is racist. It is wrong. And I would expect Republicans to stand up and say, would you guys knock it off? We want high standards. We don't want history erased. We want high standards. We don't want people removed just because they're Black or female or brown. That's wrong.
Well, I think it's the craziest part about all of this is we've got a serious pending issue with Taiwan. There's concerns with Ukraine and Russia. We have, as you were mentioning, planes falling out of the sky at the FAA. Why is this the priority right now? Even if that is what you think is the priority, like the average everyday American, I think, is really struggling with the price of eggs of the economy.
But to your point, clearly mistakes were made with the pictures. That's just stupid. Right? Erasing history, erasing a picture of someone who honorably served the country should not happen. Period. End story. But we have problems with Taiwan. We have problems in Ukraine, obviously. So the Army was doing climate literacy classes. They were putting hybrid tactical vehicles with ballistic binary. This is the broader DEI. None of those things were actually made in operational retrospect.
So climate has been a part of the Pentagon's strategic plan since the 1990s, since the late 1980s when George H.W. Bush was president. This is not some kind of fad. The reason the Pentagon is concerned about climate is because they understand that drought, that famine causes conflict that then they have to resolve.
Absolutely.
That is part of the military planning. It is just it's an insult to people's intelligence.
And they can't
think past just the buzzwords on this stuff.
They can't even pass an audit. 7 audits.
The Pentagon.
The Pentagon cannot pass an audit. Those are the things they should be focused on. And DEI is just for the N-word. It's just another word for Black. They are taking this country backwards to a time where the history of Black people was not told, and other people too. And so we got to reckon with this. President Trump ran to be the president, as all presidents do, of all people. He enjoyed a larger share. Let me just center Black people right now. He enjoyed a larger share of the Black vote than Republicans usually get. I'm old enough to remember during Black History Month, he was there celebrating Black history. And then on his watch, he allows people to run roughshod and use DEI in a way
that is debilitating, that is dehumanizing, that is wrong, and he should put a stop to it and stop listening to the people telling him that something is wrong with diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Before you jump in, I just want to show some of the other images that were deleted. I mean, I think there's a big question here about why are they so fixated on pictures of people of color, but just, I mean, incredibly innocuous stuff of people who are surveying or served.
Yeah, so I think that obviously I agree. The whole picture thing, and we've seen even before the Tuskegee Airmen, when they said that they were going to remove that from the curriculum, then they had to put it back in there. This is something that they did need to do. And I've said before, when it comes to conservatives, many people on the right, in their response to DEI, where they just go too far. So instead of focusing on those things, those DEI things, like, if you're against, transgender, men, biological men serving and, competing against women, or like Lockheed Martin, if you're against a company saying that we need to make sure that we have these white male awareness training, which is what Lockheed Martin did. Those are some of the negative things about DEI. I think casting everything, though, as DEI, I don't think that everything, even problems within the government, and I think we also have to be careful, the people who are more supportive of DEI and accepting this notion that it really is just about Black people. I don't think it's just about Black people. I think it is this, because we've seen whether it's women, whether it's gays, whether it's any of these type of groups, these groups have been impacted. But as far as the federal government, I don't think it's the federal government's job to teach Black history. I think you learned that before you get to the federal government.
I don't do Black history though.
No, they were not.
Like, this is my thing. Like, people
But
want
I'm saying, so what are Black people? That's the thing.
What does that have to do with the operational readiness?
What does that have to do with pictures? You want to take
pictures stupid, pictures dumb.
Yes, dumb. We all agree on that. Dumb.
$100 billion on certain trainings that are part of the DEI, like I said.
They go after that. Why are you taking the pictures? It's just a waste of time.
They should go after that. Thank you. If you are not Black or of color, then you would say, why does anybody need to be taught implicit bias? We live it every single day. I don't think so. No, there needs to be. No, don't be offended. People have to understand that we live in America where we are all socialized a certain type of way. And unless we deconstruct our construction, we are all told that somehow Black is less than. It is just natural in this country. It doesn't have to be that way moving forward, but that is just the way it is. Your point, don't all do respect me, because that means you're going the opposite way. Your point about DEI and censoring Blackness, the whole notion of how other marginalized groups suffer, that's why I say it's Black. When it's woke, it's Black. BLM, it's Black. It is a slick way for them to then not necessarily deal with the N-word, not necessarily to deal with Blackness, but they're doing it through DEI. Then every other marginalized group is then hurt by it.
Just give me one word. I don't mean this in any disrespect whatsoever, but the way you spoke down to me as though I had some bias is why the Democrats lost the election.
No, I didn't.
This is to your point that you said earlier, maybe it was during the break, that Trump was able to pick culture groups and not racial groups and speak to them properly.
Here's what I hear you saying, and here's where I actually agree with you. I do think that the way that it's being heard is we're basically saying all straight white dudes suck, all straight white dudes are terrible, and therefore you need to be scolded. And when you hear it that way, anybody would naturally object. If that's not what's being heard, that is not the intention. The intention is we want our military to be able to both be able to work well together. And they have done these different tests where it turns out that because of some stuff that he was talking about, it is a good deal that's shown that sometimes people will not respect, a Black female superior officer at the same level, and that could get somebody killed. And so I think what they were trying to do was deal with actual problems that they were having. And then people from the outside say, well, hold on a second, that seems like that crappy workshop I had in my corporate job, which I hated, so now I'm going to take that out of the military. But you may actually be reducing combat readiness, and that's a conversation we want to be able to have honestly, but we're not able to. And I think it's putting our soldiers at risk. We have the most diverse fighting force in the history of the world. If you want to put some attention to make sure that folks know how to work together, I don't think it's bad for America.
You
You might see it differently, but I don't.
The diversity with the lowercase d, I think, is a wonderful part of our military. The enlisted ranks are a minority institution. But I think Secretary Hegseth said it best. It is the unity of the military, not the diversity, that actually makes it the most combat-ready force in the world.
But this same military had to be forced. I mean, black people have fought in every war in this country, but in terms of desegregating the armed forces itself, had to be forced to do it, to do away with segregated units. This country had to be forced to do it, and that is I just look at.
We have to move forward. I just want to, Joe, one thing that you said that I just want you to consider. The idea that the diversity of the military is not a strength. Pete Hegseth did say that, but remember that in a military where you had people of color serving, or where there was discrimination in the ranks, that is not a strong military. Okay, and I think that is that's the crux of the problem. And you don't have unity unless you insist on it, unless you insist on equal treatment within the ranks of the military. And that starts by addressing biases that exist because we are human beings. And nobody is exempt from biases of all different kinds.
Well, I didn't wake up and have any bias about anyone.
Listen, you're not a robot. You're a human being. You exist in the world. So we all have biases and differences. It's not to say anybody is racist or sexist, but we come from a place, and acknowledging that is just the first step to preventing it from influencing how you deal with other people. That's the job. We gotta go. We can have another hour-long conversation on the topic, but coming up next
for 3 hours.
Throwing olive branches over the back of my parents.
You just got too sick of the dog.
He was.
Yeah.
You look
And we saw you pull in.
Really? Where was I?
When you drove by with a trash can, bro. That's what we were.
Oh, really?
I think you guys abuse.
It was this unholy combination.
What handsome boy? What a handsome boy?
Can a personal loan unlock your ambitions?
You're right here.
Consolidate bad debt.
Yeah. With your outfit. I can with your outfit too.
Or design your actual dream wedding. All your ambitions, all in one app. SoFi personal loans. Low fixed rates, borrow up to $100K, no fees required. Go to SoFi.com to view your rates. SoFi, get your money right.
Oh my God.
What happened?
Nothing.
It was hard keeping silence.
And look at me now.
You'll never truly forget my
Making
more zero
Hey, so it's a hamburger helper in there.
Get help right away for serious allergic reactions like trouble breathing, face split, or tongue swelling, itching, or rash, which may occur when taking Qulipta or days after. Common side effects include nausea, constipation.
Safe.
Qulipta, the forget to get migraine medicine. Hello. What are you doing?
Lets you find your
Oh.
close to
What are you doing?
school.
Oh.
Stop, you're gonna scare Granny.
Trust the number one real estate professional.
Liberty Rachel, all she talks about. Look at Don't scare him!
Now, what did you say? You said after what?
Oh my God! What did you throw?
Ashley's doing what?
The first guy!
Ashley said spell that.
The very first guy that I said looks like Damian Lillard!
Who said? Wait, you said
It's always Grandma Papa. No, we're just... Because I had work. We was on FaceTime all day today. All day. Yeah. He even waited on FaceTime while I got in the shower.
trusted you because you specialize in dental implants. You created a permanent solution and customized my teeth so it still felt like me. My new
And you was
teeth
like,
have improved my life. You saved my cheaper. I'm so welcome.
Finance the smile you
what you
want.
mean you ain't gonna be
I'm screaming.
Yeah,
Schedule a free consultation.
I'm so done with you.
From Full House.
Oh, my heart.
Oh my god.
My heart.
Anywho, it's the first guy. Remember the first guy I showed you when we were watching the All-Star game? And I said, don't he look like Damian Lillard? Remember that one time? With his fine self?
Why is it 75 different niggas every day?
Why not?
Thank you.
Alex, did you hear that?
And he's going on a date tonight too.
Hello?
Yeah! Mom said she looked just like me. She did. She said she looked just like you with the long, she has long curly hair. The picture Andrew showed, her hair was curled and she was holding a big bouquet of flowers. Like them big ass ones that are like $400.
Like this.
That Andrew bought?
No, it was like from her birthday a couple weeks ago. And he's taking her to work with it. I know. That's what I said. I said, oh, he got money.
You think she said that?
That's like, you know,
Probably not.
I just want to be clear. Anything happens to me, blame the Zionists. Like 1,000% blame the Zionists.
Pray Trump wins, or else things are going to get really bad. They're going to get even worse. There will be.
I like listening to him and Candace Owens on TikTok do their little debates.
And that's not even, to be honest, the half of it.
To be
Look,
honest,
this show is about speaking across difference. We do it every single day.
You
But
hear?
the question I have
You
is
hear?
about stuff like this. So let's play what happened with Stephen A. Rod, Candace Owens,
If you
on
hear?
to this show.
What about her? She's smart as a whip. Highly intelligent.
She's stupid.
Very articulate.
Didn't he used to have a?
He does.
There will be times in the future
Oh.
that hopefully she and I can get together and butt heads over
Thank you.
one issue or another.
Thank you. Thank you.
But this interview wasn't the time for that.
Okay, I'm fine with talking to people, but Candace Owens has said some incredibly anti-Semitic things very recently, like weeks ago, months ago. Why praise her to try to get MAGA eyeballs?
You know, I think that people are trying to adjust to a different reality. I don't know what the right thing and wrong thing to do is, but here's what I'm observing. I think there's a long time that we thought that we in the mainstream media were the mainstream.
Hey man, you didn't even take your mom's money. You sitting there talking about going over shit.
This MAGA sphere, the manosphere, all these podcasters, these Twitch streamers, they got people on platforms I don't know, Twitch and Rumble and Roblox, and I'll tell like somebody symptoms. And they're getting 14 million streams.
It's a good thing I gave him some bread.
I think some people are looking and saying, maybe this fringe media.
See, your son ain't even got food and you finna go eat.
Mainstream isn't even fringe, and so I think that
I can't wait to tell your grandma.
I, like you, try to talk to everybody, work across certain lines. Those are not figures that I would want to be associated with. But I do think there's something happening in America where the isolation of progressives, the isolation of the liberal establishment has not helped us very much. And maybe some people are trying some new experiments.
Gavin Newsom talking to Charlie Kirk.
There you
Brock
go,
says he's
okay.
going to bring Bill Maher to the
Boy.
White House. Again, I mean,
Make it make
this
sense.
Sort of olive branch reaching over.
Rambo.
But it also feels a little bit
And
like
Andrew wasn't back to bottom.
like they're trying to cling to
Exactly.
something that is popular in the moment.
So be a
I'm
deal, yeah.
much more acidic on this. I think this is
Yeah.
all about clicks, engagement farming. We all should applaud anyone who's willing to talk to someone from the other on the other side. I think that anybody who's willing to talk to Candace, talk to Charlie, talk to all of them. But I think that what's happening now, Stephen A. Smith,
Rambo did.
what Charlemagne the God, people are trying to tap
That shit's sweet, ain't it?
space and like the
It tastes good. When I tasted it, I was like, ooh,
I don't think that there's any type of real friendship.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. I bought it specifically for you.
And talking to Candace Owens, I've had my issues with Candace Owens, but people are different. If I'm talking to Candace Owens, unlike Stephen A. Smith, I'm not going to wait till the next interview. I'm going to get all of these things that I've had that I've had an issue with Candace Owens. I'm going to talk about it on that day, because otherwise you're just kind of letting her and Charlie Kirk, the guy who literally just said, Charlie Kirk, the guy who last fall said that, well, you know what? When I see a black pilot now, I am going to automatically think that they're unqualified. This is the same Charlie Kirk. So one thing to platform him, but I think this is all for clicks.
We gotta go, but I will just note that tonight he described Newsom as inauthentic, essentially. He said it was purely, this was Charlie Kirk, he just started this conversation with Gavin Newsom. He said it was purely transactional. So I'm not sure.
There you go. There you go.
I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for joining us. News is
Go
just
ahead.
tonight. Officials have revealed the cause of the mysterious deaths of Gene Hackman and his wife. We'll have much more on that.
Look at his fine self.
Everybody fine. Damn.
Like a relentless
Look at this.
No.
This nigga fine.
Life symptoms can keep coming back.
Not all of them.
Start to break away from
Yeah,
your
look
sleep
at this
with
fine.
Tremfya.
Hell no.
For 4 weeks.
No.
Tremfya blocks a key source of
Negative.
At 1 year, many
No.
people experience remission. And some saw
No, definitely.
100% visible healing of their intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
Jerry, you gotta see this.
Is she good?
Stop waiting. Start investing in E-Trade from Morgan Stanley. Oh, don't forget, hang out with my boss.
Hey, you know what I found out about you?
What?
You look at filling up the trash can. That's your favorite hobby. Is filling it up.
I'm screaming.
Bring your A game when taking care of your sexual wellness and include Apertude, a prescription medicine used to reduce the risk of HIV. Apertude helps give you continuous protection when taken every other month, and it's proven superior to once daily PrEP in reducing the risk of HIV. You must be HIV negative to receive Apertude and get tested before each injection. If you think you are exposed to HIV or have flu-like symptoms, tell your doctor right away. More HIV testing may be needed. Apertude does not prevent other sexually transmitted infections. Practice safer sex to reduce your risk. Get Apertude as scheduled. Missing doses increases your HIV risk. Don't take Apertude if allergic to it or taking certain medicines that may interact. Tell your doctor about your medical conditions, liver problems, and mental health. Serious side effects include allergic reactions or rash, liver problems, and depression. If these occur, get medical help right away. The most common side effect is injection site reaction. You bring your A game to everything you do. Ask your doctor about Apertude.
There you go.
There
we go. That
with 4 powerful pain-free ingredients that start working
Ow!
contact to target tough pain at the source for up to 8 hours of powerful relief and no targeted relief. Feeling Claritin Clear is
What
like
are you doing?
is she
Letting her imagination run wild even though she has allergies. Yeah.
It's in our very nature to seek the excitement of the unexpected, an endless yearning to experience what lies beyond the everyday.
It's time to win. Yamaha Resort and Casino in San Manuel is giving away a Richard Mille watch plus $15,000 cash in April. With 3 ways to secure a finalist spot, you can be the lucky winner of this luxury Swiss timepiece on April 9th. Details at Yamaha.com. Must be 21 to enter. Please gamble responsibly.
Yeah, what's this young nigga calling out?
Bagel just got stacked with even more for just
Make sure I can tell the police when you don't show up.
Choose from the chicken Roma with grilled chicken,
She's mad. What about it?
a spicy steak or zesty toast.
What?
Only
It's mom.
$7.98 and only
His mama?
Mm-hmm.
His mama, man?
I said it's mom on the phone. Yeah. He said, ask you why you're okay with that.
How many got things?
We go out on a date.
Celtic City, streaming exclusively on Max.
Are they colors or beaches? Over here.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have news of you, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000. You want high performance, long lasting, affordable tools. You want Harbor Freight tools. Whatever you do, do it for us at Harbor Freight. Save even more at our parking sale going on now. This region, Have I Got News for You, is brought to you by Harbor Freight. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
The comedians of Have I Got News for You are having fun with how the Democrats chose to protest Congressman Al Green's censure this week. Take a look.
Here's Mike Johnson dropping the hammer.
The House has resolved that Representative Al Green be censured.
After the vote, Democrats sang a Negro spiritual to support their colleague.
Roy, I'm going to witness all of this. I swear to Christ.
Bonus question.
Roy.
Which Negro spiritual did they sing?
How low can you go? Once again back into you. It was very surprising, but it was beautifully executed.
Civil Rights 90 CNC Music Factory crossover that you just did.
You can catch the all-day episode
Lori Kilmartin
on CNN. And thank you very much for watching Newsnight. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. with our conversation show, Table for Five, for our codes live.
Tell her I said shut the hell up. Hey, is your mama still on the phone?
Yes.
Did you ask her what I asked?
What happens when you put angry cabinet members and Elon Musk in the same room? The Fight House episode. Well, who knows? Inside the meeting that caused President Trump to knock Musk down or not?
Yeah, exactly. What you think I'm doing?
Plus, Gene Hackman's final page revealed the lab examiner tonight clearing up all the mysteries except for one. And later,
Hey, I'm gonna call this nigga and make sure he's on the up and up.
Tonight, I'm
He looked like Damian Lillard. I just want to
Talk to you, young nigga. Young whippersnapper. Yeah, you gonna have her back at a decent time?
What happens when President Trump's cabinet, working together with Elon Musk, stops being polite?
Hey, if he don't show up with a tuxedo on, I'll go back home.
White House edition. It was all revealed in a cabinet meeting blow-up, one that made Trump take away Musk's cutting chainsaw and left the millionaire with the scalpel instead. It's from New reporting in the New York Times, and it spells out how cabinet members just couldn't hold back their anger at Musk any longer, apparently. Now, this cabinet meeting yesterday was a lot different than it wasn't televised. 2, Musk showed up in a suit and tie. Quite the contrast from his tech support shirt from late February. 3, Maggie Haig from the New York Times says Musk was on the defensive from the get-go.
At the top of the meeting, Musk pointed out that he owns or has 3 companies that have a market cap of tens of billions of dollars, and that his results speak for themselves. And that sort of set the tone.
Boy, did it set the tone.
You want to see him?
Especially when Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy got his say. Who better to challenge Musk than the one cabinet member who was an actual real-world contestant?
No, mother.
Sean Duffy, the transportation secretary, had a
the one that I showed you, the little short one, remember?
He was trying to fire
And he had the blunt in his hand in the picture.
What is priceless for the FAA. Musk said that was a lie and demanded names, and Duffy said there aren't names because I stopped this from happening.
It got worse from there. Enter Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The Times reports that Rubio had been reportedly stewing for weeks, ever since Musk shut down USAID. And during this meeting, Rubio was incensed as Elon Musk accused him of failing to slash his staff. But Rubio wasn't having it. He accused Musk of not being truthful and sarcastically asked if Musk wanted him to rehire the 1,500 State Department officials who took buyouts just so he could make a show pushed back. He told Rubio, "It's good on TV." The implication being, good on TV, but not much else. Now, I'm wondering what Trump was doing during this entire dust-up. Well, really not much.
The president said very little during this meeting. He mostly just watched the spectacle as if he were watching some kind of a sporting event.
Now, Trump eventually piped up after the kerfuffle dragged on. He defended Rubio, saying he was doing a great job. Now, on the topic of sporting events, though, Trump was asked about all of this today while announcing a task force to oversee a very different kind of sporting event.
Some details have come out about her cabinet meeting with Elon Musk and some clashes potentially between Secretary Rubio and Secretary
No
Duffy.
clash. I was there. You're just a troublemaker. And you're not supposed to be asking that question because we're talking about the World Cup. Elon gets along great with Marco, and they're both doing a fantastic job. There is no clash.
Other reporters, or troublemakers perhaps, tried to get more out of Trump, but he didn't get them much.
Obviously, I didn't answer because I was on the floor.
Who has more authority, Elon Musk or the cabinet secretaries?
Any other
I
questions
miss you. Hello.
about the World Cup?
Fine. Bye. And I was like, sorry, I'm about to work. Bye. And he said, when am I going to see you again?
Enough. It's
And I'm
FIFA.
like, this weekend?
Is this a FIFA question?
Literally. And he's
It's
like,
not
when
often
will
you
you
see
get
the
your
president
mom?
so shy about giving an answer, whether it's true or
Can I
not,
miss you?
which might tell you something about how this meeting actually went. But if you think Trump's relationship with his so-called first buddy is on ice,
And then he just
do not
texted, or
get
no,
ahead of your
when I
skis.
called him, he
Musk was seen in the Oval Office with Trump
was like,
today,
because I was like,
and
so
he got on
talking.
Marine One
And
outside
so
the
he
White
was
House
like,
right
right
after
there,
the president.
make it work. So I was like, yeah, I'm talking right now.
Here to talk about
He
another
told me,
wild
let me
week
know
in
when
Washington,
I'm
Scott
there.
Jennings, CNN
Not your face
political
being
commentator,
disgusted.
Keith Boykin, a Democratic strategist and former Clinton White
And
House
then
aide, and Tara Palmieri,
he was
senior
like,
political
I
correspondent
miss
for
you,
Pop,
I
and
love
host of
you,
the podcast,
that whole
Somebody's
thing.
Got to Win. Tara, let me begin with you here because
And
tempers
he just
apparently
texted right
flaring
after
at
we
this
were on the phone for
explosive
like,
cabinet meeting. Is that what it takes
and
to
then we got
maybe
off,
move
and
the
then
president a confrontation, a kind of shouting match?
I think Donald Trump enjoys this. In fact, he loves pitting people against each other. We saw that in the first administration, and see that now in the second administration. He likes to sit back and watch people duke it out. But it is interesting to see him pulling back some of Elon Musk's power. You know, saying he wants the sledgehammer to be a scaffold, that he wants him to be to really have more of a fine-tooth audit of these agencies. And you know, these are new cabinet secretaries. These are new department heads. They are coming in and they have to CC your manager because he needs to build support with his agents in the field, in the FBI. You need to have support of people who work for you, and he's just undermining these people.
I mean, the morale building essential, Scott. The New York Times is reporting that, and I'm really curious about this, that Trump was watching the back and forth between, say, Musk and Rubio, kind of like a tennis match. Did it surprise you that he was willing to have this discussion happen between these two?
No, not at all. I mean, let me tell you a tale as old as time. Senior White House officials having adult conversations. I mean, look, all these people have responsibility, and all of them have the confidence and the pleasure of the president. These cabinet secretaries were hired by Donald Trump and confirmed by the Senate to do a job, and Elon Musk has been brought in to do a job, and I think Donald Trump pulled everybody together to say, hey, I need you all to work together. This push and pull between agencies and the White House is perfectly normal. And then when you layer on top of it the fact that what the Trump administration is apparently trying to do is slightly shrink the size of government, that does add a little bit of strain and tension. But again, totally normal. And I think what Elon Musk has accomplished so far is starting a big conversation in this country about why the government is so large and why it costs so much money to operate. As long as those cabinet secretaries keep it in mind that the American people want this conversation to go on, I think it's going to be just fine. So I have no concerns about this, and I'm not really surprised at all that the White House and the cabinet secretaries are having adult conversations with each other.
Gosh, I guess I take issue with the word slightly and normal. You even seem to be apropos these days. We're talking about how things go, Keith. But I'm going to ask you about this, Keith, at this point. Duffy calling out Hillary for trying to cut air traffic controllers, which you know are already for its plot. The fact that there is this, as Scott's calling these normal interactions and discussions, but the idea of trying to cut into the bone when there have been so
not supposed to be asking that question.
Oh, you'll check me out on this one? And he's like, I need help. So check me out too.
As Donald Trump would say, I don't know why Scott thinks this is totally normal. We've never had an unelected billionaire, the richest man in the world, in cabinet meetings with the President of the United States before. Never had a guy who has $38 billion in government funding dictating to people who are actually cabinet leaders, telling them how to spend their money, whom to cut in their own agencies and departments. There's no wonder Marco Rubio and Sean Duffy and other members of the cabinet are fighting back against this because they feel like they have no agency over their own departments. So, no, it's not normal. And I think most of these people have worried about the markets who are falling out of the sky.
How they have
Worried
the
about
big
Tesla and stock prices plummeting 30% this year. And stop trying to follow the federal government.
He was like, all right, I'm gonna have to invest in some good designer platforms because like the Balenciagas. I have those big old ones. I'm like, so cool. So he looked it up and screenshotted it. Do you like these? Are these okay?
Actually making self-dealing decisions while he's receiving government contracts, and Trump is allowing this. This is not normal. This is outrageous, and the American people are concerned about it and will continue to be concerned because of this.
Scott, what's your trade shows of people that come in and build everything and then take
Well, number
everything
one,
down?
the American people are giving Donald Trump a net positive job approval right now. Number two, according to reporting from our own here at CNN, the American people also appreciate and want this effort by Doge. So the idea that there's some mass uprising about the concept of, hey, let's look in and find the waste, fraud, and abuse is totally false. And number three, it is completely normal for the President of the United States of any time, of any party, to hire advisors to work with his government to meet the president's objectives. One of the president's objectives is, hey, can we operate the government a little more efficiently, maybe make it a little smaller? I mean, look what's happened in the last 5 years. In 2019, we spent about $4.5 trillion. Today, we're spending about $6.5 trillion. The government is much more expensive and much more expansive than it was just 5 years ago. And it's probably due in some regard to COVID. But it costs a lot of money to operate. And the question all Republicans have is, does it have to be this big and does it have to cost this much money? It's a legitimate question, and I'm glad Trump and Elon and cabinet secretaries are talking about it.
Oh, wait, Tara, I cut you off. What was your comment? I'll get right back to you.
I was going to say, Elon Musk is not the only unelected billionaire with kind of superseding powers over cabinet members right now. You've got Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's best friend, a billionaire real estate developer who seems to have an expansive portfolio from the Middle East now to solving the war in Ukraine. He also has done deals with Qatar, sold the Park Lane hotel that he owns to Qatar, and with the UAE. And he's another one. You have Mark Burnett, the Apprentice producer, was a special envoy. There's a whole other fiefdom in state of Trump's friends, very wealthy friends, who are also controlling cabinet members. So I can kind of understand why Marco Rubio had this sort of reaction, because he's been in a bit of a power struggle already, having special envoys sort of over him.
She was getting hurt like a bitch this morning when
I just want to say, in terms of what Scott was saying about waste, fraud, and abuse, I live here in Los Angeles, in California, and just today, new reporting came out that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers wasted 2.5 billion gallons of water so Trump could stage a photo op long after the California wildfires had already been contained, just so he could post it on social media. Donald Trump's cuts to USAID meant that $500 million of food was spoiled on docks and warehouses because it was the abrupt cut didn't allow that food to get transferred to where it needed to go. Because
how do I lift my coffee in the
$200 billion from Homeland Security.
I know. I was like, oh, I'm gonna have a whole carton of coffee.
That's waste, fraud, and abuse. Not to mention the $400 million going to Musk for his cyber truck. This is the waste, fraud, and abuse in America, not because of the federal workers doing their jobs. Because Donald Trump is selling.
Scott's rolling his eyes. Why?
Can I answer that? I just wanted to answer the criticism. Number one, the Cybertruck deal you mentioned was made under Joe Biden and canceled by Donald Trump. Number two, if I may comment on the Los Angeles situation, because this hasn't been covered. I wrote about it in the Los Angeles Times this week, actually. The Trump administration and the state of California are working incredibly closely together, and the EPA under Donald Trump has completed the phase 1 cleanup in the wildfire zone in Los Angeles in a record 29 days. The estimates were it was going to take 18 months, but this is the cleanup of the hazardous material that you have to do in order to start rebuilding. 29 days. So all this idea that there's photo ops and waste and fraud and whatever, and that Donald Trump is going to abandon California and LA, the EPA under Donald Trump, 29 days. So actually, there's quite a bit of confidence in the government breaking out because Donald Trump's now
water that he wasted. You didn't respond to the 2.5 billion gallons of water.
I don't think you're right about it. I don't think you're right about it.
They called me in for support tomorrow and
Well,
said,
it's the Los Angeles Times.
Well, here, I want to say this though.
What?
Are you going on a date?
What?
Scott, can you reconcile, but I think it's the larger issue that Keith and Tara are raising, as many others have as well. Can you reconcile the idea of the premise of trying to stop waste, fraud, and abuse as a goal, which I think is universally lauded, and the means by which you do so? Do you see a disconnect between the methodology and the ends trying to justify the means?
Tail is on
It's universally lauded, but then when you try to do it, it's universally opposed by every Democrat and every person who's got a specific
Republicans
piece
are
of the
taking
pie.
issue with how it does.
I mean, everybody says, "Oh, I want to do this," and then when it comes down to actually doing it, nobody actually wants to do it. So they show up and say, "No, we're going to actually do it." The American people want them to do it, and they are finding things, and they need to do it. And the other thing they need to do, honestly, is build a presentation and go to Capitol Hill, talk to the Congress about what they're doing, and get buy-in from the Congress, and also tell the American people. That would be the next evolution of this. I don't see a disconnect here. The disconnect is all politicians say they want to do it. Only Donald Trump and Elon Musk are trying to do it, and that's why everybody in Washington is opposed.
Oh, if only we gave aid for effort. Trying to do it.
You're
a
smart.
report on the Doge actually using that water in the way that Keith is reporting. Go ahead. What's your point, Keith?
No, but Laura, these are not Democrats are saying. These are Trump's cabinet officials who are arguing with Elon Musk in the cabinet room. It's not Keith looking at the cash room. This is Marco Rubio and John Duffy and other officials in the Trump cabinet who are saying, we don't like what you're doing. You're overdoing it. We have good people who are working for the federal government. We don't need to be demonized. We need to be inspired to continue to do their work. And yes, if you're a president today, we can make them. We don't need some unelected outsider coming and telling us how to run our department. Every American should be upset by this. Elon Musk was out on the ballot last year. In fact, they ran pretending that he was not even involved in this.
It was a pleasure.
Well, Joe Biden, people running the country. Let me introduce you to the Biden-Harris administration.
Well, allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm the host. Thank you for joining everyone. Nice talking to you every Friday. Up next, what Ronald Reagan once said about tariffs that's making the rounds in the C-suite. Could it lead some business leaders to speak up against Trump? We'll ask Anthony Scaramucci that and much more next. And later, all the geographic
and you have COVID or something. Can I help you? Nothing. You're over here just staring at me.
Everybody looking at you.
You wasn't looking at me?
Hell no. The fuck?
I know, honestly. They looked so cute yesterday. They looked like twins watching the Laker game.
Did he put on his Laker outfit? Oh, or he didn't get it yet?
Oh, we should have. Steve.
What?
We should have put Rami's Laker shirt on yesterday.
Oh yeah, right? They play the Celtics tomorrow.
It's in the closet. I forgot something. What's this shirt? You're going to fall.
Okay, let's put your brothers on. You're just wear your grandma's laundry and put in your brothers.
Come here. Hey, Dad, you make your What time did you say he left that? Oh. Yeah, he must almost around 14 minutes ago. Oh, now he's almost done. But yeah, he's still there.
wait till you can afford some headphones. The hell is he doing? But fucking up. He's fucking up. Really, man? Damn. That's how y'all feel? see you again. You done. You done, nigga. Done. You are done. You hear me? We're talking Dunzo. On some Dunzo shit. Hell no.
The shirt I was gonna wear got a stain on it.
That's what you get.
I'm so
That's
mad.
What you get. That's what you get for leaving your son.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Rambo put that stain on that shirt. That's right. She wasn't supposed to be leaving anyway, right, Rambo? You heard what he said. shit. Oh yeah. Okay, Chief. Like Rambo. Hey man, he's still playing the game. How the fuck did he even touch me? Alright, Chief. He said he can't fly. fuck? For real. No, what the fuck are you doing? Throw it over there to the sideline. God damn. You got you thinking he's still in the game now. Hey man, you should get on the fire here. Chief, this guy here won't do it. This guy over here, damn. Can't believe I gave the ball, man. Oh my gosh, no. Come on, man. Come on, man. Stop. Recipe for success. It's okay, man. Keep believing. Keep focusing. Keep focusing. We remember this play. No. You ain't going nowhere. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. You don't need to do it. I should have made him sack it. Come on, man. Come on. Hell no. Hell no. Outside where?
On the street.
Outside like that street? Like the outside or this street
Yeah.
is coming into the apartment complex?
The outside.
Oh.
Three-way it. I don't know. Okay, hold on. I'll call you guys on it. Alright.
Hey, Rambo, where you going?
Where did she answer? Oh, there you are.
Okay, so he said it went good. She said she wants to see it again. She's a school psychologist. She graduated from Cal State LA. She's debating on getting what to get her master's in like Abby. And she dressed nice. And he's quite a bit taller, so he goes, it was like an awkward couple seconds of like silence at the end. And he goes, but I hugged her, and then he's like, okay, well, we'll see you. Drive careful. And she was gonna go back and hang out with her friends, but she asked her what to leave him.
Hey, why you look out the window right here?
Huh?
You can see better than that, man.
I can't see because the tree's blocking it.
Nah, right here, the window in the roof side.
David, I texted and asked
I don't see it.
Did he say no? No, I haven't responded yet. Steve's checking if the car's up front. The Camaro.
Oh my god.
I know.
Of all time.
Literally.
Here, baby.
Yeah, I didn't see one.
No, okay. No, he put his game down.
Come on, man. Better than that. Rambo. What's up, man? You see this guy right here? Chief Halal.
Steve, remember the guy that came that one time?
Which one?
The one that came that one time?
Mm-hmm.
He asked if I was at my mom's house, but he went on my rant earlier and was like, I miss you, I love you. I ain't never gonna stop loving you.
I love you.
Yeah, and now he asked as I was getting ready, are you at your mom's house? That's why I'm like, please go check. Because how the car's in the garage.
Oh, because he might be out there.
Yes.
Lying to your ass.
Yes.
Lying in wait. I love you.
Why are you guys laughing?
Ain't gonna never stop loving you.
Why? What'd you do?
Nothing. Going out and psycho.
With Greg?
No, your dad.
Oh. Forget it. Oh.
I get ready in the dark.
You really just gonna leave your son like this?
It reminded me of that girl when he was like, I couldn't tell she was like, because her personality is just so big.
Damn.
But he's cute. I mean, he's fine. He's gonna come to finish his smoking.
He's gonna what?
I said he's gonna come to the door once he finishes smoking.
When you finish parking.
Sure.
Oh yeah, what are you coming in here for?
Most of them.
Oh yeah. Rambo, we gonna sniff this guy out. Sniff him out, Rambo.
He fine line. His nose ain't as big as the picture, so he don't quite look like Damian Lillard. But yeah. Let me call my mom and tell her he's little. What's his face? Maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Because as soon as I lifted the garage, what's his face texted me and said, okay.
Oh, so it is American rock.
I don't know. I just didn't respond.
No. The hell?
Home all day.
What?
You're just gonna keep me home all day?
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Oh, yeah.
Grow old and rub your mama's feet.
I'm in my prime.
Say what?
I'm in my prime.
You want to do crime?
I'm in my prime.
Yeah, I noticed when you were singing that song, you sang that one part real hard.
What part?
Ever since you've been dealing with jailbirds.
Who?
I don't care if we on the run. I'm like, what?
Nothing matters when we one-on-one. Say it with me now. His little friend got in the group that he was in, so I have not talked to him all day
So,
today.
what happened to the dude?
He's in the car smoking. The one right here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you acting like you want to do something. Don't answer.
Rambo. Rambo. Oh, really?
Welcome to my humble abode.
Whoop his ass in the man over me on the grip.
Yeah, that's good.
Sure.
That's Steve. That's Rambo.
Yeah, right there. Oh, you don't want that?
Come on, man. I ain't played this shit, but I got a hot dog.
Okay.
I got a hot dog for what? You know what? Ha ha.
Hey, y'all can't turn the light on?
You want the light on?
Yeah, why y'all turn the light on?
I'm just gonna put this on. No light on my phone.
That's why I had to get off the mat right there because the way he's going right now, I spent like $3 grand one time. What's that called again? That's when you got the players, like you got like when you playing regular match.
Oh yeah, nah, we playing online. I'm playing some cat. I don't know where he is. He might be in Pittsburgh.
That's love, man. I'm finna sit, man. That's how we talk.
Yeah, what you be playing?
Man, I used to be on Madden 2K. I ain't been on this is what I played back when I was in the video game. I'm 25 years old.
Oh, that's right.
But it ain't nothing really changed, though. I'm sure it's the same shit.
Sure it is.
Gameplay, I'm sure changed, but you know what I mean? I'm a real soldier. Staring at this shit happening. They trying to win me every year.
Yeah, that's right.
What? Then I'm gonna come through, man. That's great money right there, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get it up off for you, man. You know what I mean?
Real. Hey, and we like pizzas over here.
You're stupid.
Man, what he said?
So we like pizza over here, dog.
Pizza.
Yeah. We can buy all kinds of pizza with your money.
Stupid.
You buy my dog a pizza with your money.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm watching you though, man. Look like who you is? Steelers?
No. I'm Texans.
Oh, you ain't got no type of defense, man.
Yeah. See, that's what you think. It's all good, man. We believe.
Hey, this is how we talk, though. You know that.
I ain't tripping.
I be talking. It's fine though. I'm sure whoever you think.
This what it is.
What it is?
This what it is.
First and goal?
Yeah.
Let me get a side bet, man. I say he scored on this play, man.
This one right here?
Hey, let me side bet you put a hot favor.
Okay.
Don't fuck with me.
Let's see. Yeah,
we're gonna definitely have to get it in on me.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna need the warm up game just off traditional. We do 1 for 5.
Yeah, man. Do your thing, man.
And then after I woke him, we go for you really trying to go bowling? That's all we're doing.
Well, because I'm not going to take them off.
So we're just going bowling.
I can.
You still hang out?
Yeah, I can. Okay, we'll pull the card later on. So you can pull the card.
All right, man. Nice to meet you.
Hey, man, you too, man. Y'all be safe.
Okay, Mary, now you okay, mommy? Get back in a little. Yes. Okay. No.
Yeah, hey. Rambo bark, man. I don't know.
Oh my, that's because we fall on a.
That don't mean that. Rambo. What are you doing over there? Rambo. Chill out, baby. Chill out, baby. Man, let's go smoke some weed, Rambo. Since they left us here. I should get your ass high one day. Ooh, that was a good run. Ooh, that was a good run. You saw that run? Rambo? Oh, yeah, you heard that, Rambo? They're talking about they want to vote. Ooh, who is that? 55? That's how you feel, 55? You know what, man? We ain't giving a damn. We don't give a fuck. What? What? Man, it's the only reason you even in the game. You heard that too? Break his neck. They've been falling for the man in the 12 part. They've been falling for the man in the 12 part. Man, that was funny. That was really funny. Did you hear that? You girl, you can tell me that. Oh shit! Come on, man. Too bad. Get your ass when I see you again. This nigga's garbage, man. What the fuck is wrong with these illusions? They all bums. wonder if they put Luca on. Fuck, that'd be crazy. sorry, hold on. Hold on. Man, what the fuck? What's going on? Oh shit. Huh. her too.
conversation run wild, even though she has allergies? Yeah.
It's in our very nature to seek the excitement of the unexpected, an endless yearning to experience what lies beyond the everyday.
Yamaba Resort and Casino at San Manuel is giving away a Maserati every Thursday in March. Play all month long for a chance to take home a stylish and powerful Italian luxury car. Details at yamaba.com. Must be 21 to enter. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Have I got news for you? News tomorrow on CNN.
Tonight, President Trump appears to be sympathizing with Vladimir Putin again, but he's also threatening sanctions against Russia.
Right now, they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine. I think he wants to get it stopped and settled, and I think he's hitting them harder than he's been hitting them. And I think probably anybody in that position would be doing that right now.
Overnight, Russia launched a massive aerial attack across Ukraine. Dozens of missiles and nearly 200 drones struck energy facilities and civilian areas. The attack prompted Trump to threaten new sanctions and tariffs on Russia, believe it or not. But hours later in the Oval Office, Trump suggested it's not Russia preventing peace, even though Putin started this war.
I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine. And they don't have the guards.
My source tonight is David Sanger, White House and national security correspondent for the New York Times. We are happy to have you this morning. This evening, I worked this morning and this evening, so I don't know what time it is, to be perfectly honest with you. And I know you've been working these hours too. David,
I'm not sure I'm much better.
I know you're not. You're always up. Trump's got these new talking points, and one of them is that Russia is easier to negotiate compared to negotiating with Ukraine over the war Russia started. Is that because he's being played like a fiddle by Putin, who knows how to butter him up, or something else?
Well, I think what's pretty clear about the Ukrainians is that obviously they want peace. I mean, who wouldn't after your country's been invaded? But they don't want peace at any price. And that's really what the whole blow-up a week ago was about. And it's what the cutoff of both arms and intelligence to Ukraine has been about. Because the Ukrainians are saying they want to make sure that whatever peace agreement there is, or even just a ceasefire, has protections built into it so that the Russians simply don't lose the time to rebuild their military, fix what's wrong, and then launch a new invasion that this time might be successful. That's pretty standard in most settlements after long wars. And what's really remarkable here is you never hear the president talk about that. He just makes it sound as if Zelensky is not interested in peace. But today he went further, because what he said was, well, sure, anybody in Putin's position would be bombing Ukraine more heavily at this moment when the Ukrainians are least able to defend themselves, so that they gain advantage. I mean, there's no sort of moral component to this discussion.
Yeah, they're gaining an advantage because they have lost the help of the United States, and now Russia is taking advantage of that. All right, now, well, Trump posted he's considering large-scale banking sanctions and tariffs on Russia until a peace settlement can be reached. In the interim, he has stopped, as you mentioned, sending aid to Ukraine, blocked intelligence sharing, and today suspended Ukraine's access to key satellite imagery. Is there any method to this madness?
Well, the method is, at this point, that he is going to try to force President Zelensky to settle this war on terms that Donald Trump sets. Now, maybe next week this will improve. There's a meeting in Saudi Arabia midweek. We expect Secretary Marco Rubio and Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor, and others to be out, and we'll meet the Ukrainians, and maybe they'll settle on a common strategy that's acceptable to all. But right now, all the pressure is being put on the Ukrainians, and none of the pressure is being put on the Russians. I recognize the president made a threat there about sanctions. First of all, there's not a lot left to sanction in Russia.
And Russia has said
there's nothing to tarry.
One thing that's definitely happening is that the Europeans are very worried the United States won't back them. They are coming together in a way we've never seen before in such a long time. I do want to ask you this last question, though. After repeatedly berating Joe Biden for being unable to stop the war in Ukraine, Trump always touted that he could end this war in a day. He can't and hasn't. Why does Trump, though, seem to get a pass for the things he says that he doesn't deliver in the way he says he's going to?
Well, Sarah, in all fairness, I don't think anybody thought he was going to solve this in a day. And by the time they got into office, they said maybe 100 days, and maybe they will get a ceasefire there. But, you touched, when you mentioned Europe at the beginning of this, on the cost of doing this. The siding, or apparent siding, with Russia has so unnerved the Europeans, and I just spent several weeks in Europe talking to European leaders about this, that the leader of Poland, Donald Tusk, came out today and said that for the first time in their history, they are going to have to think about either getting within France and Britain's, or most of France's, nuclear umbrella, or building nuclear weapons themselves. The Germans, sooner or later, are going to have to think about either getting under that nuclear umbrella or building their own. And frankly, France's nuclear force isn't big enough to really cover and protect much of Europe. So we have touched off here something much bigger than just the problem of solving the Ukraine war, which is itself a huge problem.
Yeah, I was on the border 2 days after the invasion by Russia into Ukraine, on that border with Poland, and I've never seen anything quite like it. The number of people coming over with almost nothing, the Polish people sort of accepting Ukrainians into their space in any way possible to try to help them. So this is, like you said, there is a huge shift happening here in the world. We may not see it or understand it quite yet, but there is something big happening that is leaving the United States sort of out in the cold in the midst of all this in some ways. David Sanger, it is such a pleasure to have you on. Thank you for your expertise. I really appreciate it.
Great to be with you, Sarah.
All right. President Trump caps a whirlwind week, off, on, and off again. Trade threats. We've seen this happen over and over again, sliding one way then another, reportedly with more warnings now for Canada's Prime Minister, including redrawing the northern border and canceling NORAD. Details on that coming up.
You want high-performance, long-lasting, affordable tools. You want Harbor Freight tools. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Save even more at our parking lot sale going on now. Black Bag has Vanity Fair, Rolling Stone, and the Los Angeles Times all talking. Spy thrillers don't get better than this. I can feel when you're watching me. I like it. Black Bag, rated R, only theaters March 14th with special engagements in Dolby.
Are you sitting at home living in pain? The good news is you don't need to live in pain because there is Omega XL. Drug-free, non-habit forming. It's small, easy to swallow, and it's backed by more than 40 years of clinical research. Try Omega XL. See the difference it can make in your life.
Tonight, the highlights. Come on up to your next.
I love your daughter so much. Are you saying munch?
Yep. He's craving my new Big Smash Jack with more than double the beef of the Big Mac.
I'm in love.
With? What's her face, right? Get my new Big Smash Jack and so much more. Welcome to Talking About.
The Eden Fire has devastated a vibrant community. At Ellison PC, our attorneys have years of experience taking utility companies to trial for causing catastrophic fires. You want a team that has actually taken fire cases to the jury and won significant recoveries for fire victims. If you suffered losses in the Eden Fire, contact us. We're dedicated to helping you recover and seek justice.
Ready to tackle your to-do list this year? Let Service Champions help you get it done. Whether it's fixing your furnace, fixing your water heater, or fixing your drains, we've got you covered. Right now, take advantage of our limited time $57 drain clearing special. which includes a free camera inspection. At Service Champions, we're committed to delivering champion-level service from the moment we arrive to the finishing touches. Visit ServiceChampions.com and schedule your drain clearing appointment today.
Planet Oat's so creamy and not watery like. Exactly, and unsweetened, has 0 grams of sugar. And don't forget, it's an excellent source of calcium. Wow, Planet Oat really has it all.
Dreams begin here. Welcome to the Good Night Club.
The family that you've taken into your home for all these years.
Want some company?
From the very bottom of my heart, no.
Is saying goodbye.
No matter how much crap life throws at us, nothing can stop us.
And turning out the lights.
Please stop! Hell?
I think the neighbor found the extension cord and pulled it out.
No problem. I got one running to the other neighbor's house.
If you like options, you'll love my $6 all-day big deal meal. Choose from 4 delicious entrees and 5 tasty sides with a drink. Oh, and nobody else includes breakfast items all day. Just this guy. At Jack, every bite's a big deal.
Welcome to Talking About.
Prizes, gifts, giveaways. Celebrate 20 years of good times at Morongo.
It's time for the Sports Report, presented by Spectrum.
Clippers back at home, back to winning. They continue to climb up the Western Conference standings. Here's Kurt Sandoval with more.
Mark, it's a possibility. Lakers and Clippers in the first round of the playoffs. Think about that. But this is the month the Clippers need to, dare I say, march towards the playoffs. The final 5 spots in the West, they kind of resemble the final turn of the Santa Anita Handicap. Down the stretch they come. The Clippers in the middle of a 5-team race, separated by just 2.5 games. Well, the Lakers beat the Knicks last night. Tonight, the Clippers heated up early. They hit 11 3-pointers in the first half, led by who else? James Harden, who had a 50-point game earlier this week, and he was hitting from here, there, and everywhere. Nicholas Batum, 4 for 4 from behind the arc. The Clippers up by 6 at the break. So here comes the Knicks. They cut it to a point in the fourth quarter, but who else? Kawhi Leonard helped them put it away. He played 37 minutes, scored 20. Avisa Zubac there. Good number, 16 points and 14 rebounds. And the Clippers outscored the Knicks by 9 in the final quarter. Harden helped them to go 5 games above 500 as they win their second straight, 105-95. Big Ten women's basketball tournament, 2 USC stars, too much for second-ranked for USC against Indiana. Kiki Irafen showing why she's going to be one of the top picks in the WNBA. 21 points. And perhaps the best player in college basketball on the women's side, Juju Watkins, another sensational night. She had 31 at his 7 30-point games in the past 2 years. That's the most in Division I. SC, they'll get Michigan next in the semifinals tomorrow. 4th-ranked UCLA also getting a good game against Nebraska, but UCLA with just too much talent keeping the pesky Cornhuskers away was Gabriel Jaquez, yes, dropping in 23 points there. The Bruins centerpiece, Lauren Betts, she had an incredible stat line, Mark. Listen to this. 28 points, 13 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 7 blocked shots. And she's pretty good. They'll get Ohio State as they win today. They'll get them tomorrow. And, folks, you might not see Shohei Ohtani on the mound for the Dodgers until the summer because manager Dave Roberts said he hasn't thrown off the mound since February 25th, and he's not going to face hitters until they get back from Japan. Doc explaining that they want to slow down his return to pitch program, as remember, he's still just a year removed from Tommy John surgery, and it's quite understandable because the Dodgers just have great depth on the pitching staff, signing Blake Snell and Sasaki in the offseason. Ducks a tough one tonight. They fall to St. Louis 4-3. Have a great weekend.
You too, Kurt. Thank you. We'll be right back.
All right, so let's begin.
Spend 2025 with Jimmy Kimmel Live.
Oh, no one else is clapping?
Jimmy Kimmel, weeknights on ABC.
The Silverado Trail Boss.
It sounds like your ass on and you got it.
Grab the 60, grab the 60.
On the ground, this is Joe Mixon, and he is brought down at the 22 after a gain of 2, and it brings up second down. They suspected it was a power play up the middle.
No. bullshit off. Still got that little fucking wheezing in the background and shit. Yeah, let me get this get back, homie. I'm so glad they gave me you back. I'm starting to think that wheezing is your voice. Yeah, let's go, baby. Let's go. Shouldn't even have been like that. Beat your ass. Beat your ass. Let's go, baby. Yeah, come on back with this corny shit. We love this shit. Motherfucker. We love that shit. Keep doing that stupid shit. The whole game. That's what we want, baby. Goal line. Fuck happened with the goal line? Last time out, motherfucker. You gonna get down there with this shit. This ain't it, homie. Motherfucker. I told you this ain't it. That shit's dead, homie. What the fuck? What the fuck? This motherfucker. smoke break. you son of a bitch. Good game. You know what the fuck is up when I see you next time, motherfucker. You know exactly what the fuck is up. You better hope they don't give me you back. You better hope they don't give me you back. Oh, you better hope they don't give me you back. Come on, man. Give me this food back. You better log off. Log off. You better log the fuck off. You better log the fuck off. You hear me? Because if they give me again, it's on, motherfucker. I'm 2 steps away. I'm standing there, and then I let this motherfucker run past me. Everything this nigga's doing is easy as fuck to fucking kill. This nigga. I'm coming to get you, nigga. What's up, nigga? Yeah, nigga. This. Oh, you motherfucker. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. I'm fucking with you. You motherfucker. Hell yeah. Yeah, you know it's on though, right? You know it's on. Yeah, hey man. Thank you, number one, for the opportunity. Second of all, thank you for allowing me the opportunity. You know what I mean? Hey, let's put it like this. And I'm so happy to be with somebody in the top 100. So, me and you are gonna race to number one. You got it up on me right now, wins in the rankings, but I'm gonna get your ass back. Hey, you know you done right here, right? Like this is it. It's crazy because I'm just talking to myself. Ain't that a bitch? Yeah. Hey, what's up? Smoke break. That's right. Type something. Hell yeah, type something. Let me put some motherfucking weed in my bum. Oh, this motherfucker's ready. Type something. Switch up your depth chart. Oh, what you trying to smoke break too? Shit, you going back? Shit, I was wondering that. told you this shit was gonna work? Who told you this shit was gonna work? You think you somebody? Like, I'm out here balling. Corny ass nigga. Hey, all that shit dead. All this shit's dead. So with the goal line. There we go. There we go. Bring it back, baby. Bring it back, baby. Talk about that goal line. Nigga, I'll break your motherfucking neck. Thank you. Oh, this thing. Damn. This nigga put 7-minute quarter. I beat your ass, nigga. I will beat your ass, nigga. 7-minute quarters, nigga. Like that shit was gonna help you. In your mind, you was like, I'm gonna try to score 100 on this one. It ain't easy work. Nigga, get the fuck out of here. It's cornball ass, nigga. Oh, wow. Niggas be really believing though. You know what I mean? Hey man, I done seen the guy behind the curtain. You know what I mean? Like your ranking, I'm like, okay, 100. Okay, that's nice, that's sweet. But I didn't feel that. Now, it's over for you, nigga. Fuck is he doing? You see I juked this shit out of his bitch ass? Only reason I even got tackled was because I had to juke his dumb ass. The fuck is he doing? Is he serious? run them bitch ass niggas off. Run them bitch ass niggas over. Nigga. Ah. Woof. 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 Ooh, we was right there, boy. We was right there, boy. What the fuck is he doing? Is he serious? This nigga's serious. Oh, you better be lucky, you son of a bitch. Break his neck. Hey, that shit ain't gonna help you, fool. Gosh damn it. He was open too. Come on, bring your dumb ass out here. Nigga, the fuck you think this is? Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. That's what the fuck I'm talking. Keep on going. Nigga. Nigga. The fuck? Man, I need to shut the fuck up, man. My neighbor's gonna be like, what the fuck is wrong with that nigga over there? Is he killing somebody over there? This nigga's a murderer. Oh, hell no. Thank you. I try to tell you, dumbass nigga, all that shit is dead. The fuck is wrong with you, nigga? This nigga think he a motherfucking Super Bowl MVP. Not today, nigga. Not today, nigga. You know what? Hey, you know what? Fuck that. I'm tired of playing, nigga. Tired of playing games with your motherfucking ass. As corny as you is, nigga. Get you the fuck out of here. You easy work, nigga. Yeah, now I see you switch that shit the fuck up. Corny ass nigga. This nigga ran all the way around. The fuck was that? I never seen no shit like that. The fuck is this nigga? A freak of nature? Run your dumb ass up in here, nigga. Look at this corny ass nigga. You supposed to get past that nigga, man. Come on, man. You don't let that white boy do that to you? Huh? Damn, dog, you keep wasting all that motherfucking time and get picked. What's up with that shit? God damn, man, I keep fucking up. My punt game is fucking up, dog. Damn, the ball should have came out right there. He white. Yeah, nigga, everything you do is dead. Yeah, this shit here is definitely dead. I figured out them 2 steps, nigga. I figured out them 2 steps, nigga. Oh, there they go. Oh, break his neck. This nigga got 4 yards on that? They done thrown interceptions on their last 3 drives. What the fuck is this nigga talking about? Hey man, I'm trying to It's all good. Don't trip. Keep doing your thing, dog. Corny ass nigga. Talking about easy work. You know the fuck you fucking with? Corny ass nigga. I'm that nigga, homie. The same way you think you are. Nigga, I should have broke your motherfucking neck. This nigga think you finna win. Corny ass nigga. You added the wrong nigga, nigga. Break his motherfucking neck. What the fuck are y'all doing? Oh yeah. Cornball ass motherfucker. Hey, you know we down for goal line stands too, nigga, right? You ain't seen one of those yet? Let me show you what the fuck they look like, homie. Nigga, you got me all the way fucked up, nigga. You got me all the way fucked up, nigga. The fuck? Nigga, you got me so fucked up, dog. This nigga said I was easy work, dog, homie. The fuck? Does that look easy right there? That's easy work for you right there? Corny ass nigga. Oh man, are you fucking serious? Wow. Y'all let this pussy ass nigga do something? Yeah, let's go, motherfucker. Come on, man. Y'all let this motherfucker fall in there. Hey, that shit ain't gonna help you, nigga. You still finna lose. Pussy ass nigga. But you wanna win another game by 1 point? Gay ass nigga. Yeah, nigga. Your little reign of terror is over, nigga. This nigga's sweet little motherfucker out here. The fuck you doing now? Cornball ass nigga. This corny ass nigga. Yeah, it don't matter, nigga. I'd rather score on defense. Gosh damn, man. How do I keep missing these fucking punts? Let's go goal line, baby. Let's go goal line. Get goal line in there, baby. go. Coming out with the jumbo package. Fuck the jumbo package, nigga. Break his neck. Break his neck. Break his neck, man. The fuck? This motherfucker cooking sweet out here. No, nigga. No, we don't give a fuck. No, nigga. My dog is really just knocked the fuck out. Oh, hell no. He got the first? Really? Yeah, come on, nigga. You keep thinking it's sweet out here, nigga. Really? You lucky motherfucker. You lucky motherfucker. 1 point wins. You ain't shit, homie. I'm gonna beat your ass. This motherfucker beat me by 1 point 2 times. Nigga, if you winning by 1 point, what the fuck are you, nigga? You winning by 1 point, nigga. What the fuck are you? Corny ass nigga talking about somebody garbage. Nigga, you can't never beat me by more than 1 point, nigga. All your shit's dead, nigga. All that shit's dead, dummy ass nigga. You can't pass on me no more, nigga. Yeah, you can't pass on me. You do, nigga. You do. Oh, nigga, I was about to break your motherfucking neck. Oh, shit. Oh. Yeah, you can't pass on me no more, little motherfucker. The fuck is wrong with you? I told you how corny you are, nigga. Give me that. Ooh. 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 You see that dude to the free throw line? Oh my god. You see what that shit again. Catch the line of scrimmage? Yeah, thank you. The fuck? Yeah, it's a little too late. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh yeah. Fuck him. And the horse he rode in on, motherfucker. You shit up to get to the wrong motherfucker. You disrespectful son of a bitch. This shit ain't gonna help you. Shit ain't gonna help you. You know, the first is next. Yeah. Rambo. What you doing? You heard something over there? Yeah, lay down. Hey, man, calm down. I ain't probably over there for all that shit. 16 dudes on the phone. Come on, man. Are you fucking kidding me? This is not so if you don't shut up.
Hey!
So is that a burglar? Are you a burglar?
I clean my room.
You did what?
I gotta clean my room.
Clean your room?
Yeah.
For what?
Because I did my clothes away. Where's your baby towel? You okay, my love? Here, monkey.
Oh yeah, motherfucker. Yes, I can say that shit. You son of a. You son of a. You son of a.
smoke?
Yeah.
Come forward. Oh, do it again. Tell that hit time out real quick. Just play for that second. That won't work.
Oh yeah, hold on, I'll be there in a second.
Why just leave some nugs then?
Oh. Oh, this corny ass nigga trying to do some dumb shit.
You gotta come off line. I need one before we go to kids. Before we show the kids, you gotta go right here.
Man, after this shit, man, we up, man. You can show what?
You're stupid as fuck. You won't play him. Can you tell me where he is?
I'm a player, so I know what not to do. You the one that got out of glass, man. My granny used to say that when you set up on the TV, she used to be like, lady in the glass over. And then, you know, secret, your daddy was like the glass. So when you stand in front of me, you're like, secret, your daddy was the glass. My real shit. I said that shit outside. I'm like, damn, you locking me? I'm like, damn, she's here. I appreciate you doing shit too. Could be an arranged killer. I used to just
okay.
Gave my whole name shot in the flushes. 2 keys. Yeah.
Can you come here? Move out this way.
Yeah, so shit draw me in.
You didn't come sit right here. Gary just gonna be on me.
I feel like this brother every time I finish it. I see my weed capsules outside. Brush my weed. Why you give me the weed?
Because he smokes outside.
I'm smoking outside. I ain't gonna never be outside for 2 hours away. I don't know. I'm not anemic, but I feel like.
You're fucking stupid.
And you hear me? I'll never be outside for 2
You're
hours.
not anemic.
But I feel like it. So I don't give a fuck. And when it's hot, I'm not gonna be out there bitch for too long because it's too hot. You know where? If I'm out there too long, you better come out there because it's cheap. And we must have been rubbing this out. So I'm trying to figure out. Not even like fuck somebody, at least somebody to be around and be like, hey man, I'm gonna tell you anything.
Shut up.
What? What are you doing? Fuck it. And somebody got to be 150. I'm still that nigga, huh?
Your fault. No more babies for you.
Shit like that. I'm screaming and crying and shit. You don't kill me right there.
Don't do that. You don't kick me that around.
Something wrong with me. Seriously, I'm chocolate ball and I'm going to blood to the head. And me, personally, that's just my blood. I'm like, ooh, it's pressure. It's getting pressure on.
You're stupid. You felt it? You felt that shit?
That's what I'm on. That's what I'm on.
Bro, just come until he's done.
I got a mama who make me take the shoes up at the belt. I make her wear my Timbs today. I make her have the Timbs on smoking the Jordans with the socks.
What socks?
Whatever socks I got at home. Timbs with the socks. He said, oh, you tell me you get the crib. Never. You don't run there with the Timbs and socks. Let's burn out this bitch and you gonna get me your shirt.
What's that your phone on?
It's definitely probably my mom. You got out in the streets. You could. Nothing you do in
This is crazy message too. Crazy. Motherfucker ain't even heard from me today. Motherfucker hit me with crazy. That motherfucker said, I need you something.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, whoa. But I'm still the same nigga. Like, what up? Let me hit you. I didn't hit you? Yeah. That's in our stance. Motherfucker, you think what's this, a stand up?
Look, my dad looking at you like, shut up.
Real shit.
Look, exactly.
That was a negative vibe. That's some old shit. That's crazy. When you said that, I was like, it's definitely that week. You get out on the street, motherfucker from the back room. But I know what's going on. Motherfucker going through some status probably.
Yeah.
Niggas want a distraction.
Yeah.
I'm here with you.
Yeah.
That's a wrap. That shit, what is it? You might go call it who? Red. That shit dead. That shit over. What? Off. Christmas cancel. Ain't that right? Who's on? Who's on? Who's on?
He shakes. There you go.
I fuck with you. You scratch me. You real
I know. His freaking thing is sharp.
And you're a black dog. You don't like to look at him. Look.
No, he didn't. Oh, careful, Randall.
Come on,
it's okay,
Mufasa,
man.
Mufasa, chill. I see you. You on the curb.
It's okay.
You a sellout, dog. You was too friendly with him. I don't know if
That's
it's
what he always said.
I don't know if it's genuine or not.
Maybe.
Did you hear me? I don't know if it's genuine or if it's just in your regular. Brother, we. I'm gonna see a brother let me hit one play. I'll show you some shit right now.
Alright.
Come on, man. You never gonna stand outside. Just walk this shit. I feel like just walk down with it there, bro. You look mighty weak. I need you to win. Straight touchdown pick right now.
Oh my god. There. Damn. Hey, shut up. That part. Sean, shut up. Sean, shut up. Oh my god. This man. What? Hey, you can get my water from the car? Alright, I'm opening. You go get my water from the car.
Over here, I promise you, it's like that. Yeah. It's right here. I'm like, right here?
Hey,
bro, you couldn't let me
hey,
get one.
hey, sit your ass right here and don't say shit. Come.
This is my boy, man.
Sit right here and don't say shit.
I'm gonna sit right here, but I gotta say something. Can I get the kick guitar, bro? One kick guitar. I ain't played since 2022. I used to be on this shit. I used to be in that top tier online when you play online. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I used to be in there. I used to go down from that one. So,
yeah, what was your rank?
I can't even remember. I was up there, bro. I better be up there. I got to like 190 something now. I don't remember when I said that. I got to like 190 something.
That's right.
No bullshit. But that's, now I remember what the shit was called. I used to play Ultimate Team. That's why I stopped playing Madden, bro. I spent like $3 grand one time playing Madden, bro. I used to lose to niggas because they had super teams, so I started buying and spending bread on that bitch. $100 packages. You give me every time they drop a new card trying to get that bitch. You know what that is?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm like, now I'm too big shit, man. That's why I stopped playing Madden. And then I was selling my PlayStation 5 to cover rent. I didn't know that shit, but I used to be the truth with that bitch.
Mm.
Big little dog. You don't look like you that big. And you got that phone. What is this, blue? Huh? Yeah. Sit. Sit. Oh, you trained. You did. This is boss lady.
Yeah? Okay, let's go. Come on.
She ain't said nothing the whole time. No.
Good. How it should be.
Hey, you got sticky stuff?
he kill him 803, weak as hell. Don't tell that boy he weak. Straight up. That boy finna get stuck. That's what I was gonna do to you.
I know.
I understand why you didn't want to play with me because you ain't want to fuck up your mojo that you got on there. That shit, you know what I mean? If you take a loss, that shit can really fuck you up. I'll teach you some shit about this mad shit. Real shit. My boy John. Before he tragically passed, come on, man. So be my dog. I fucking wish it, huh? That boy up. Square. You seen it. I seen it too, though. You should have went X, though. You went square.
Yeah, let's go back to
What'd you press to catch it? Triangle? You gotta go X on that one. You need to go.
Okay.
No bullshit, bro.
Yeah, I know.